So Bortnik though is, oh gosh, oh he didn't trade the queens. It was...
That was probably winning, and now I don't think it is anymore. And Bortnik is just pre-moving every single move. Is Ruslanov gonna flag him here? 2 seconds for Bortnik.
Oh my god, don't flag.
Oh, I mean, at this rate, Bortnik's gonna flag him. Oh, that's a free queen.
Oh, he got the queen! Oh my god!
but the queen, but black hung a queen. Just pre-move. It's gonna be a draw, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Simply how chess works.
Okay, the king starts coming. But of course, black can't really make progress here. So actually, he has a really nice setup where he can just shift back and forth forever.
But now Fabian is putting the bishop on d3 maybe to make sure he cannot pre-move anymore.
Okay.
Okay, now maybe you walk the king around.
Yeah, the other thing that's important to note, so you can't move the bishop here. So when the king is on a2, if you move the bishop away, then bishop b1 check, king a1, bishop c2 is gonna win.
Bishop. What if you move the bishop?
That's so good.
Oh, king e2, king e2.
Oh my god, Fabi got him.
What a nice maneuver. Yeah, the bishop has to move, and Fabiano wins the game.
That was so clever. So using the king to block the rook.
King, rook h2 here. Yeah, but rook h3.
What's king h6?
Rook h1. Wait, what was king? Was that a mouse slip?
I think that had to be a mouse slip. What in the world is king h6? Oh my god!
But h3. How do you stop the pawn?
He's gonna lose.
Rook f4, rook g5.
Yeah, rook g5 and goes to h5. Oh my goodness.
But if you go h2 here, isn't it just a draw? Rook g1.
Yeah, rook g1 is perfect. And rook g6, I guess. Also, watch out for this one little check.
But king g7. Yeah. It's over. Dubel's gonna lose. King g7. It's game over.
This is
insane. h2, rook g1. It's over. King h6.
Yeah, he's gonna go rook b8. Okay.
And rook g1. Rook g1. It's over.
It's done.
Incredible. h1, just h1.
How did that happen? The mouse slip.
I guess he mouse slipped because he wanted to go king e5 and amazing piece sacrifice by Grischuk. Just e4, you're just crashing through in the center and
take with the rook pre-move.
Looks over.
Oh my goodness.
Take or e3. Anything should be winning here. e3, I think.
Even king takes g7. You know, just this piece is hanging. But either is.
I mean, what do you do against pawn and Grischuk? What an amazing win to clinch week 16 of the Rapid Chess.
We are joined by the winner of the week 16 KO, Alexander Grischuk. And Alexander, what a day you had. How do you feel after that bullet victory? You seemed like you were stressed, and then you could finally breathe for the first time in a few hours.
Yeah, I'm extremely happy. Especially, since pandemic started, I was struggling greatly in chess. Okay, I also had a very bad mood for 2 years because of this, everything connected with pandemic, with the masks. Yeah, I'm extremely happy, actually, just extremely. And you know what? That like around 1 month ago, I said to my wife that basically I have 2 ambitions left in chess: is to win title Tuesday and this weekend Rapid. And basically, if I win it, I can retire with a clear conscience. But you know what? I won, and now I don't want to retire.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rapid Chess Championship. It is Sunday. It is 12 o'clock noon Eastern time. That means it is time for the Sunday Knockout. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, the one and only Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey, good morning to you. How excited are you to commentate the Sunday Knockout of the RCC today?
Yeah, great to be here. Definitely super excited. I have to say I was disappointed. I did try to qualify for this thing yesterday and didn't manage. But the good news is that by not qualifying, I get to be alongside you. So,
well, that's you're so much nicer than Robert Hess. It's such a nice change of scenery.
It is.
I'm gonna have to get used to that. But let's first get used to the bracket. Let's take a quick look at our initial matchups here. We've got number 1 seeded Fedoseev taking on number 8th seeded Maxim Malakov over on the top left of your screen. Now, Malakov has won the RCC Sunday Knockout before as the 8th seed. So Jeffrey, don't fall asleep on anybody in this bracket, right?
For sure. Yeah. And I have to say, I feel very safe now with you. I don't have to face the wrath of these players.
Right. Yeah, you get to watch from a distance. And we got a lot of other mouth-watering matchups. We got Hikaru Nakamura facing off against Jules Moussard. That's on the bottom right of the bracket there. And Jules Moussard, if memory serves me right, is making his very first appearance in the Sunday knockout. And Jeffrey, you obviously had experience doing that many weeks ago. Do you think he's experiencing butterflies in his stomach based on your own experience when you first qualified to Sunday?
He could be, but knowing Jules, I think he's usually a very laid back guy. So this, he'll just, he'll be looking to have fun. And it's definitely great to see new faces qualifying.
Absolutely. And, Hikaru has a lot, well, not all that much to lose because he is comfortably leading the Grand Prix standings. He has qualified every single time that he has played the RCC. It's an incredible track record as we have a look here at the Grand Prix leaderboard after the week 17 Swiss. This is an unbelievable margin, Jeffrey. I mean, 35 points separating first and second place is crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone can catch up. I think it is interesting to note that all of the Fabi, he chose to skip, but I think Hikaru, he feels like the RCC, it's great training for his candidates. So yeah, I it feels like a very interesting dynamic to me.
Yeah, it's a kind of a win-win for him. I agree. And the openings that he's chosen have been, working like a charm week in and week out. But those players in the peloton, considering that the top 12 qualify into the final, players like Maxim Motlakov, Vladimir Fedoseev, so number 1 and number 8th seed today, they're going to have to put in pretty strong showings in today's Sunday knockout. And only one of them is going to be able to do that because they are playing each other. So there's a lot at stake. We want to remind you of the format. There are 8 players today contesting a 1-game, 2 10+2 games are played with these new formats. With this new format, the higher seed starts with white and then the colors alternate. And if the mini match is drawn, a single bidding Armageddon game is played. I hope that we see the maximum number of Armageddons possible today, and the prizes are quite generous as well. So, Jeffrey, the stage is set. It is one game. We apologize. I was a little bit surprised as I was reading that. It is just one 10+2 game. Otherwise, where would the excitement be? Wow. Okay, so we're getting ready for the games to start. Jeffrey, any predictions before Fedoseev Motlakov kicks off?
Well, in general, the full bracket, I think it's always very, very difficult to fade Hikaru. I think you could even say it's similar to going against Rafa at French Open, and judging from today, maybe not such a good idea. So definitely he's the one, but I mean, obviously keep an eye on Levon as the second, I would say.
Yeah, Levon is incredibly consistent, and so is Hikaru, and I can't wait to get started. But first, we want to square away some logistics, so we will go on one more very short break, but do not go anywhere because when we come back, the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase will begin.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders mid and one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase here alongside Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang. The table is set. We are ready for our very first matchup of the Sunday knockout where the top seed Grandmaster Vladimir Fedoseev faces the 8th seed Grandmaster Maxim Motlikov. But the difference in strength between them, Jeffrey, is not akin to, I don't know, the Warriors facing... Who was the 8th seed in the Western Conference? I don't even remember anymore. The Warriors weren't even the top seed, so... That was a bad analogy, but you get the point.
Yes. Yeah, the margins, yeah, it's so small. I think even I would say I could make that argument for any of the matches, even like Hikaru. I feel like, you know, the margins, we see Hikaru get in trouble all the time. Somehow he usually weasels out, but that being said, like it could really go either way.
Yeah, by every time, I mean every single time. I mean, he is just unbelievable. The game has started. Let's turn our eyes onto the board, and a King's Indian attack by Fedoseev, who is a jack of all trades, will no longer a King's Indian attack, now either a Catalan or a double Fiend Kettle. Let's see what he plays. Catalan.
Yeah, I'm interested in his choice because I know Matlikov himself is a huge Catalan expert. So like, what is your opinion in general when you see your opponent is an expert at something? Would you enter in their own kind of playing field?
I think the childhood wisdom that was shared with me is that, and this is true of myself, like I'm very bad against the King's Indian, against the openings that I'm most passionate about playing. Paradoxically enough, I'm somehow bad against. I don't know if it's emotionally related, because in terms of my knowledge, you know, I should be able to play it with the other side, and yet I've never been particularly good against my favorite openings.
Yeah, it's an interesting subject for sure.
So c6 by Motlakov, what do you make of that line? I mean, I've seen that move before. It's kind of a Moran type setup.
Yeah, this was actually, I believe it was popularized in the Berlin candidates. I think it was back in 2018, where nobody was playing it, and then all of a sudden everybody was playing it in that one Berlin tournament. So yeah, they are following, I believe Queen D3 was suggested, I think, by Boris Avruk, who is a very longtime Catalan player himself. So should be following down that road here.
Yeah, Avruk's word in the Catalan is like, you know, the Pope making a pronouncement. Like, Avruk says something, people listen. He comes out with a new edition of his 1D4 book. Everybody buys it. Now, if I understand the position correctly, Black wants to prepare c5, so you often see Black playing a6 here. You don't want to play c5 immediately. That drops the b5 pawn. But I'm sure Motlakov has other candidate moves, such as h6, that he's contemplating, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct in the fact that the key of this position relies on whether or not Black can achieve c5. Because White is going to do whatever he can to prevent that. And if so, you're going to be left with the backward pawn and the bad bishop on b7. So this is basically what will kind of decide the fate of the game.
Right. And let's say Black procrastinates and doesn't play c5. How is White going to permanently try to prevent c5? I often see people putting the knight on b3 and then going rook ac1. Is that kind of what White wants to do? Or does Fedoseev want to orient himself toward the center and play a move like e4? That seems off to me.
Right. I'm more inclined to your first idea with simply rook c1, knight b3. And the good thing is, like, Black might not even want to play h6, because after bishop takes f6, whichever way you capture, you're going to bring a piece away from c5. So that'll make it harder to push later.
That's a great point. And if you take with the bishop, White might even play b4, preventing c5 permanently. And Maxime decides to go queen b6, which is a way of preparing c5. So I think he's ready to make this move now. And if he plays it under the best circumstances, then he solved all of his opening problems.
Yeah, I expect a move that'll kind of derail that, at least for the moment. Maybe like an a4, or yeah, knight e5 might be a bit committal because the d file could open, which might be concerning. But I like a4 to start.
Yeah, let's say White plays a4, Black might respond with a6.
Right, and this inclusion probably is helpful. I cannot say exactly why just yet, but I feel like maybe this a file tension should benefit White.
Well, the added possibility of opening up the a file when White wants to do that could help in certain situations. But Fedoseev does go knight e5. And I kind of agreed with you. I thought after rook fd8, I didn't really see a clear follow-up, because d4 starts getting really tender.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about as well. So after rook fd8, how would you respond?
Rook fd8. Well, obviously the threat is knight takes c5 because the queen is now pinned. Rook fd8. Does he want to trade on d7 and then play knight b3, something like that?
And then, so if c5, I'm not sure if I can make that work or not.
It looks like you can.
Yeah, it gets messy for sure. I think, okay, Motlakov maybe also considering taking on e5 right away, but I think that would be a bad idea.
Right, and a lot of people might be tempted to give White the doubled e-pawns and say, oh, and I can attack the queen with tempo. Look at me. But after the queen just moves away, you're going to have massive problems on the c5 square. Knight d5, White would love to trade dark squared bishops here and then sink his teeth into these lovely, juicy squares on d6 and c5. So, not advisable indeed. And Maxime is taking oodles of time here on these early middle game decisions.
He could also be deciding which rook to put on d8. I don't know about you, but there are some positions
God.
where it actually makes a difference.
One of the age-old and most difficult questions in chess. Yeah, rook fd8, I think both of us are instinctively inclined to play because, you know, we might feel that the other rook would be well served in some situations to go on c8, although it's not really going to c8. It's just an optical feel, I guess. And he does take on e5. Ooh.
Okay. I was wondering if he thinks maybe, wait a second, but I was going to say I want to somehow attack the pawn e5, but I'm not sure if you have enough like resources to really make that a serious weakness.
You mean after the trade, somehow try to go like knight g6 or c5, stuff like that to bother.
Right.
Because white can't play f4. That is a you know, an important detail for the time being. White could go king h1, but that would entail delaying the process of getting this knight to these squares.
For me, honestly, just from a practical perspective, though, it feels too committal because if you're wrong about this, like if you don't get the pressure on e5, you're just going to get cooked on these dark squares, which you mentioned, c5 and d6.
Yeah, and this doesn't look very appetizing. So the Malikov eradicates the weakness of one of these squares, but not the other. The eval bar seems to believe that black is doing all right, but I agree with you. This doesn't look very appetizing.
Okay, there's an interesting possibility here for Fedoseev, which is, would you consider like queen d6?
Uh-huh. Sinking the queen onto d6 rather than the knight. Okay, so let's say if I take, then you take with the pawn, and that's out of the question. Or so it appears. Or maybe not totally out of the question. Maybe I can take and go knight f5. He did play queen d6, so I guess we're about to find out what Malikov has in mind.
Yeah, if you take a knight f5, I might even go one step further, d7.
Oh, and then you can take on c5 and defend the pawn.
Right. I mean, pass pawns should be pushed, and if that d pawn stays there, I mean, it's got to be good.
I hate black's position here. It's so nasty. I mean, look at all these weaknesses and... Ugh.
Yeah, there was one line that I was calculating. If you, let's say you take on e4 first, take on d6, knight d5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you can make it work and pick up d6, you should try it, but I believe it won't work. Like, I can take and go rook d1. Or, okay,
right, or immediately.
Either, maybe right away even just pick up like this.
Yeah, you're just not in time, and I'm starting to mow down all of your queenside pawns. So that's out of the question. Queen takes d6 doesn't solve the problems. Maxime is down to 5 minutes. It's starting to feel a little bit like things might be getting out of control. Maybe you need a calm move here, but white has two threats. I mean, queen takes c5 as well as knight takes c5, and obviously the knight is hanging.
Yeah, I'm trying to make like knight g6 or something, or knight f5 work, but I don't quite see enough compensation right away.
And if you go knight g6, then white, I suppose, will play knight takes c5?
Yeah, I think you can just take it. Yeah, bishop g2, king g2. And
then...
Yeah, I was looking at rook d8, but you just take knight d3, and I think you hold on to the glue.
So he ends up taking, and I think he's going to go down that line with knight f5. And he's clearly not doing it because he likes this position. He's doing it because he's down on the clock and he's got to do something.
Yeah, that decision to kind of jump the gun with knight e5 might really end up costing him. But let's see, after eating knight f5, I get maybe you do actually play d7 there. I mean, if you can get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, but back to your point about knight takes e5, I'm honestly shocked that Malikov went for that. I mean, that's like discovering, you know, an ant in your house and, you know, demolishing the entire house rather than calling in, you know, Orkin or pest control. Like, you don't need it. It isn't time for desperation just yet. Now, Vladimir is thinking he's seriously considering knight takes d6, which would essentially go for piece activity rather than trying to establish that pass pawn. I don't think I would be able to resist e takes d6 though.
Yeah, nor would I. I can see his concept kind of like you take with the knight and then maybe you go a4, get some squares, rook c1. But I still feel like ed should be the way.
Yeah, although okay, yeah, and he plays e takes d6 just as I start grabbing the knight to show that line. And I love your move d7. It's not easy to not play rook fd1, but d7 is very elegant because, again, just to show everybody, if black goes rook fd8, now you take on c5 and you simultaneously protect the d7 pawn, and here white is totally winning. So.
Yeah, I think. Oh, and he does play. I was gonna say rook d1 might lead down to a similar path, like after rook of d8, d7, but maybe starting right away actually gives black less flexibility, because the point is black will probably have to take on e4, and after bishop e4, you want to be able to go rook fd8, king f8, but in this case now it's trickier.
Right, because that rook's going to be hanging. Wow, it's quote-unquote only +1, and that means black has some way to stay alive. Now, if you take on e4 and then go rook ad8, white will take on f5 and then go rook fd1, and
yeah, and then how like those rooks are kind of not ideal.
Yeah, they've seen better days, and black's 5th rank pawns have seen better. Well, they're about to see no days after white captures them all with his rook.
I think black probably needs to try to take and go rook a b8 still, and then rook fd8, king f8. Oh, but c4, okay.
C4, so he just defends the pawn.
Now, the one thing I wasn't sure about is you leave white's knight an option to stay on the board. So if I go knight c5.
Well, that forces bishop takes g2. That forces the trade here.
And then you're gonna have to probably rook d8, rook d1, and then you have to go rook b8. I think stop knight b7.
Right. This is a huge threat, so you have to play like this. And you have some sort of uneasy status quo where white doesn't have any immediate threats, but e4 and rook d6 looks scary.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely hanging by a thread in this position. But yeah, I guess white has to also pursue. He starts with rook d1, okay.
And there's rook fd8, so we might still see that line.
I'm expecting. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say knight f6 is also possible, but I don't like that. I would prefer to keep the knight here. But go ahead.
Right, me too. Yeah, I'm expecting at some point Fedoseev is gonna throw an a4 just to involve the rook with tempo.
Right, and if you can force b4, then that softens up the c4 pawn as well.
Yeah, actually, it looks pretty tempting right now.
Yeah, at some point being right at this very moment, but he does go knight c5.
Yeah, this also makes a lot of sense. And yeah, probably we'll see rook b8. And now maybe a4 still.
And he plays it, and I like a4 a lot. I like it more than e4, which you can play essentially at any moment. And the Evo bar didn't like that move, but a4 forces... Does this force b4? I mean, does black have anything?
But b4 rook c1, right?
Oh, and you're just... Oh, king f8.
Yeah, I think this is a very
rook
strong
b5.
move.
Nice move.
Yes. This was a good find. And now maybe you just keep playing like, yeah, I would go e4, your suggestion, maybe knight e7, rook d6, keep restricting that knight.
Right, and also the great thing about forcing the knight back to e7 is that the king can't move out to e7.
Great point,
and
yeah.
Harass the pawn.
One thing now I'm thinking about in that line is if e4, knight e7, rook d6, maybe black has a move like rook b6.
Ooh, and then you start getting cool tactics there.
Yeah, but I think rook a d1 would solve the problems quite well.
Oh, because you're threatening rook takes b6 and knight b7 there.
Exactly, yeah.
I can
so
show
I
real
like
fast
this.
what we're looking if we pull up the analysis board here. Knight e7, rook d6. Now black contests, white defends, and if black says, "Oh, I've got b7 covered," well, no, you don't. Not anymore. And white wins.
So
E4
and
played.
he's played it. Yeah.
E4 played. And I think we're going to see rook d6.
So, okay, the other logical move for black, I guess, is knight g6. But then can you just go f4, e5, just solidify the whole thing?
Cement everything. Black can try this weird regrouping, king e7, knight f8.
Ah, okay. I like that.
But is that too slow? So knight g6, f4, king e7. Yeah, I mean, if you're black, you're trying to get to this pawn at all costs, because that is the bane of your existence.
Yes. No, that's very clever. I like this knight f8 a lot. This actually maybe kind of saves black.
It's only 0.4, so maybe it's clear that there's something concrete, right? Otherwise, it would be 1.4 or 3.4.
You would think, yes.
So I think it is knight g6, and Maxima's quite a bit of time to find it.
Yeah, besides that, I don't actually see another. I mean, b4 again, always rook c1. So
b4, rook c1, b takes a4, gives the rook, a new lease on life, and that would be too much activity.
And yeah, you really don't want to give white any more time to just play this position at like f4 and so on.
It's funny that one of the biggest problems for white here is that opening up the a file comes at too great of a cost. After rook takes b5, your knight is hanging, and there's just no good spot to put it. And he does play knight g6.
Yeah, that knight, it's the issue is it doesn't have support. So yeah, there's no real way to kind of keep it there if it gets attacked.
Yeah. Now white could also drive the pawn up to a6, but again, then you have an anchor point for your knight, but moving it to b7 would lose the d7 pawn every single time.
Yeah, and there is potential danger. Like, let's say a5, which I think it's a very interesting idea. There might be like king e7, rook 81, knight e5, and suddenly knight d3 is a big threat.
Ooh. Tactics galore. Even after a6, knight d3, and if knight b7, there's rook takes b7. Right.
So yeah, that's why f4, I mean, it seemed like a must because knight on e5 would actually be quite strong. But I mean, your idea, king e7, knight of fate, that's very serious.
Yeah, it's crazy. The knight has actually two spots from which it can attack the d7 pawn. And I know this will be a crazy thought, but if Fedoseev doesn't coordinate his pieces somehow, if he loses the d7 pawn, the tables could turn, and he finds an interesting idea here. He does take on b5, and then he defends the knight laterally from c6, aiming for c8.
Yeah, I like this. This is very concrete. And now Matlakov down under 2 minutes. He's going to have to find something because Fedoseev, he has a very straightforward idea here. Rook c8, rook a7, and threaten to promote.
Yeah, rook d8, rook a8. And knight e5 doesn't really help the cause at all because it doesn't stop rook c8. Knight e7, rook c7, and you're stuck in mud.
Maybe you have to go a5.
Uh-huh. a5, he plays it. Good call. And rook c8, king e7. The point of a5 is to restrict the other rook.
And okay, wait. Ooh, this could get like this is tempo for tempo now.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a move after rook c8, king e7. Maybe rook c8 is inadvisable. Maybe you want rook c7. Just go for restriction.
Right, rook 7, but king e7. Like if I tie you down to a d7 pawn, you're not gonna have moves.
And rook c7, king e7, rook d1. You go knight e5 or knight f8.
Or knight f8, yeah.
Hmm.
This is okay. This is going to be very intense, I think.
And now Vladimir down to 2 minutes.
Let's see. What? I'm not actually finding something I like for white all of a sudden.
This rook is so good. It's protecting, attacking, pressuring, defending.
Oh, there is a way to bail out. So you can go like rook c8, rook d8, rook a5, and then maybe you also win the c pawn.
Oh, because knight e5, f4.
Yes.
Oh, great
and
call.
I think he might see it.
I think he's going for it, especially given the time situation. And I won't show it on the board just because we might. Yep. And exactly what Jeffrey just called. Rook takes a5, exploiting the position of the king. Now black has to take the rook.
And that is a huge find because now Fedoseev is not at risk.
Zero risk. And I'm surprised this is only +1 because he's going to get an outside passer. So black has to find a way to get the best possible version of this endgame. The lesser evil here.
Right. So if you just like bum rush your king up, like king d6, king c5.
Right. I think you have to. And he does. And it's kind of a 50-50 position. King d4, white can defend with f3.
Yeah,
and then
b3
slowly, make his way out of the hole.
Yeah, the issue now is if you go king b4, knight d6. So that's for knight d7.
Yuvevar didn't like it.
But he's going to try to pick up the b pawn with his knight. Makes sense to me.
So what if you go, okay, king f3, knight c6, king e3.
Yeah.
And then if knight d4, there are tactics. I feel knight d6.
Uh-huh.
Or, yeah, knight
or
d6. Or
knight e5. Knight
knight e5 is even simpler because knight d7 checks a threat there.
Yeah, so, but hard to come up with something else after king e3. Maybe you can you like hold that position, e5, f6?
Even after he plays it, now the king can walk over to c3, and then you can start preparing to push the pawn. But king d3, maybe black plays king b4.
Oh yeah, okay. So f6, at least now f7 won't be hanging. But again, there's 96, 98. So you're never actually holding it on the king side.
Yeah, that is the sad thing about this endgame. Even if you win b3, your king, you know, is locked up on the other side of the board, and white's knight can start hunting for these vulnerable kingside pawns. e5.
Probably, yeah. This feels like a good move. Because now, yeah, this e6 pawn is going to be a big target, and it feels like white should be able to win something.
Right. Now, you can't go knight d6 just yet because this pawn will hang, which is why f4 comes to mind.
Yeah, and okay, here it's basically now or never. You should probably try king b4.
King b4.
Or,
there's
I guess knight d4 is also just to keep the king closer. But he goes king
does
b4.
Go king b4, and there's knight d6. Okay, king takes b3. How exactly do you win a pawn? Because knight e8, knight g7, black will have knight d8 in the end.
Right. Maybe you go knight e8, knight f6, and then knight d7, f8, or get to f8.
Or you go for some sort of zugzwang. You go knight c7, and then king d4. And then when black's king... Okay, never mind. He goes knight f6. None of that happened.
Yeah, this is the more concrete way because you win a pawn.
Oh!
Yeah, knight d7, knight f6.
Oh, knight f8 is going to be devastating. Once you win one pawn, you should be able to win the whole game. Because the king can't even make its way to the king side.
Yeah, this is...
Oh, and now you're going around for more?
Clinical technique here by the big fish.
This is incredible. I mean, the way that he gave up that queenside pawn and then went around to the king side. And he's got a minute on his clock. He's played fast this entire time.
Yeah, as you said, I think there's just almost no way you can survive this as black.
It was very prescient of him to put this pawn on e5, stopping the king from, you know, moving in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. He's 2 pawns up. Now he's got the outside passer, and he's going to push it. It's over.
Yeah.
And Matlock offers nice. What a game.
Very well played. And yeah, I think you have to go back to just that moment. 95 was maybe a bit too speculative, too committal.
Yeah, I can rewind all the way back to here. Rook fd8, we thought was perfectly acceptable, and the eval bar agrees.
But wait, let's not actually... I would say it was a bit of misfortune because we were starting to think Matlock was turning the tide before that huge tactical sequence with the fork that Fedoseev kind of stumbled onto.
Wait, which one?
Rook d8, rook a5, and knight b7 at the very end.
Yeah. That was the game winner, really. Because without that, it would have very likely been a draw. I mean, or maybe black would have even taken over the initiative.
Exactly. Yeah, I think so.
This, and then seeing that knight e5 meets with f4 is the most important part of this entire sequence, chasing the knight away and then winning c4. So great game by Mr. Fedoseev, and he advances to the next round. We will not be going on break. We are awaiting the start of the next matchup between Andreikin and Raunak Sadwani. I'm going to follow the players here.
And so it seems to me that Raunak, I didn't see him in a knockout before, but he made it last week, and now he's in it again. Looks like, yeah, he's kind of mainstay now.
Yeah, that's very impressive. And, Raunak is known as a great blitz player, a great bullet player. And in the last couple of weeks, he's shown that he can, cross swords with the best of them in Rapid as well. Do you have any experience playing him in Rapid?
Sure, I do. Actually, he has this very funny psychological ploy where he very often offers a draw, like very early in the game. I'm curious, do you think he'll offer one in this match?
I guess it depends on his color. Let's see. He is the 5th seed and Andreikin is the 4th seed. So he's playing black. I don't know if he thinks, there's any chance that Andreikin takes a draw with white on move 10. I've seen him do that too.
I don't think it matters for him. Like, even if he thinks you're not going to accept, that doesn't stop him from offering.
Do you think he does Do you think he does that so that if you're worse, you start regretting not taking that draw, and that gets in your head?
Absolutely. That's exactly why he does that.
That's really funny. Well, now we've got something to watch for in the opening. I'm expecting a Catalan or, something in the Andreikin style of play. Sadwani is incredibly solid at the black pieces as well.
Me too. And now let me tell you something about Andreikin. Maybe you feel the same way, but So I think I played him maybe like 20 times in this year alone. So it would seem like, he's a very classical Russian school player, great positional understanding, knows how to put the pieces and so on. But when he gets his attack going, I think you're just dead.
Yeah. No, he's an incredible attacking player. I mean, that's why he crushes me in every King's Indian that I've played against him in Blitz. Like, he just castles queenside and checkmates me. So I totally agree with you. Yeah, do not be fooled by his opening repertoire, in other words.
Yeah, like, again,
case in point.
Yes, solid start, but he might get something. Okay, so yeah, he does kind of go away from his normal, Catalan, but maybe he's prepared something against Ronik's specific openings.
Yeah, now putting the bishop on d2 in the Nimzo Indian, I think, has gained steam in the last couple of years. I mean, Shanklin has played it against me before, and knight b5, orchestrating. Ooh. Oh, wow. So I've never seen this idea before. If bishop b4, knight c7, I guess there's rook c8.
Yeah, Ronik, I guess he knows something.
That's some interesting preparation. Takes, and then there's a fork. So anyways, Fedoseev. Andreikin castles?
Nice. Yeah, I wanted to say a very quick word about this concept, because to many people it might look odd if you backtrack a couple of moves. Sure. When he goes knight b5, it's not actually like he thinks he's going to win on c7. Black can easily just take on d2 and play c6. But White's concept is he wants to trade those dark for bishops, because the white bishop on d2 is often White's worst piece in these kinds of positions. So it makes a lot of sense to trade it off.
And he wants to leave Black with, correspondingly his worst, the worst of the two bishops, which is the light squared bishop and the Nimzo Indian, especially here. That's a good point. And we have a standoff between the bishops. Neither side has flinched just yet. And Black has a choice here. I mean, you could go back to f8 and preserve the bishops, or you could trade and gain a tempo that way. But, you have to weigh the positional and dynamic factors here.
Right. This is kind of interesting because Ronik, he's put his knight on a6, and the knight could kind of feel out of the game at some point. Like, normally it's on d7. So with a knight on a6, you got to worry about knight e5, f4, I think.
Right. It always feels to me that White is better in these types of positions, even though the engine always seems to think it's totally equal. And he does end up deciding to keep the bishops, and Andreikin immediately seizes the opportunity to put his knight on e5, as predicted.
Yeah, not sure why he went bishop b1 right away. I mean, I know he wants to get out of c4, but I think I would have probably considered f4 there for White.
Yeah, c4 didn't seem like that scary. It wasn't like the end of the world.
Yeah, bishop b1. I mean, he was kind of like what seemed like he was going away from a snake or something.
Right. Yeah, it made the rattling sound.
So yeah, now as Andreikin, do you trade knights here or not?
I mean, I would consider going back to c3 to keep e4 under better protection, but if you trade knights and then you play f4, Black will very seriously contemplate the move knight e4.
Yeah,
so
on the flip side,
positions.
Now Black will go knight e6 though and start pressure on d4.
Oh, because some genius put their bishop on d2 and it's interfering with the queen. You do have queen a4, but that queen on a4 is never safe. There's always a6, b5, and that's not a reliable way to defend the d4 pawn. Bishop b1.
This is it's not trivial how to solve this, because if you go knight e2, I think I can even. Oh, okay. I was gonna say I could take twice on d4, but.
Oh, knight up. No, I think you can.
Well, maybe you can take with the knight first. So yeah, your move bishop a6 might be good.
Yeah, this puts a lot of pressure on the knight, and there's also knight e4. Black has choices there, and Dmitry goes back to f3, which is a serious confession that the opening hasn't gone his way. Bishop d6, maybe a draw for his forthcoming. Maybe this is the time.
As Ronik, I would definitely like to play this. You can jump in with knight e4 maybe.
And you can't take that. Knight is radioactive because you're going to lose d4.
So yeah, very.
Oh, bishop b1, bishop a6, then sort of trapped. Potentially, it's not that clear, but yeah.
You don't have to rush at all. Also, Rook C8, I like this move as well, because now as white, go.
Yeah, very patient.
I mean, as white, the main idea was 95 F4. So now that you've kind of backtracked, I don't know what to suggest.
White's position kind of sucks. I mean, I don't know any other ways to put it. Because you can't play 95. Queen A4 is a paper tiger, and Andreikin is trying to, start a fire from 2 wooden logs. He's pretty good at that.
He is. I like this though, putting bishop on H3. We see this in many, Queen's Gambit type positions. That pin, it could be annoying at some point.
Yeah. And I guess we might see, neutral moves like Rook E1 and A3, and there's Rook E1.
There you go. Yeah, a bit of a waiting game could ensue. As white, you always want to think about entering this hanging pawn structure with DC. Could be a good idea, like DC and knight A4 at a good moment.
And maybe the move A6 has slightly raised the appeal of that. It's created more weaknesses on the queen side, like the B6 square. Maybe you can play knight A4 immediately. I guess black will play C4.
Yes. And wait a second. Actually, C4 might be Ronik's idea here.
C4 B5. He's already. So this is maybe the last, exit before the bridge. If you want to take on C5, you got to do it now. And that's exactly what he's thinking about, I think. The problem is DC, BC, knight A4, there's knight E4.
I was about to say the same thing. I was about to say that, yeah.
This is just a very unpleasant move. Ugh.
And black's pieces are so harmonious here.
Yeah, this is no fun for white. I mean, his pieces are scattered all over the board.
Okay, he's gonna try the other way. So
92.
Does he? I don't think he wants to go knight f4 though. Or wait, or sorry, no, he does. I was thinking like knight f4 EF, but actually he can take on c8 there.
Yep. So knight e4, he still wants to go knight f4.
I think so, yeah.
And then if he's allowed to take on e6, I guess that pawn structure favors white a little bit.
As Ronik, I would look to avoid it.
Right. So you could play prophylactically, but no, rook c7 watches bishop a5 shenanigans.
Yeah, this is actually kind of a critical moment. How do you respond?
Well, we were discussing how annoying Andreikin is to play before the broadcast, and this is exactly, moves like 92 are exactly why. Like, he makes these little positional threats, and you don't know whether you have to defend against them, but they're just irritating. He's an irritant.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking I might just allow this FE, because I don't want to play some move like knight d7, just feels off. If you go, let's say c4, knight f4, I'm just trying to imagine, like, once you take on e6 fe.
What about knight e4, knight f4, and then f5? Is that too anti-positional? I guess there is knight d3, but then I can just take the pawn.
It makes a lot of sense in the sense that you completely stone this bishop on h3.
Right.
And yeah, we might see that.
Well, he starts with knight e4, and Andreikin, having said A, you're probably going to have to say B.
Oh, wait, I was looking for some crazy tactical idea, like knight f4, bishop c8, knight f2. But
oh my God.
I think,
Oh my God, knight f2 and then knight d3.
Yeah, but wait a second. So that means you can't take on f2 then?
No, and if I move my queen...
Yeah, you move the queen. What's going on
Probably
here,
not here, because that gives another intermezzo.
Okay, go to c2, I guess.
Yeah, just guess until the EVAR bar doesn't dip.
Yeah, I think, bishop c8 EF. Yeah, I don't think it quite... Okay, obviously black still has a lot of compensation, but maybe...
Yeah, and this is where you pretend that you sacrificed the exchange. So, yeah, and it speaks a lot about how good black's position is, that you can, even down in exchange, you're still pretty much dominating. That's a really cool idea, though. And Dimitri doesn't go knight f4. He goes bishop c3, so... he creates a standoff between the bishops, and potentially he's eyeing d takes c5.
Yeah, I like c4. And I would think now my idea might actually work, like in the knight f4 line. Okay, but he goes knight g3.
Raunak is outplaying him.
He is, yeah. And now again, you have, I think you have a pleasant choice. You can go f5, or you can maybe retreat the knight.
And he goes f5, and he's going to play DE, and the position keeps deteriorating. And now knight g5.
Whoa, knight g5
really
is
nasty.
huge.
Whoa. Oh, Andreikin missed that, and now his entire kingside pawn structure is going to be totally crippled.
Yeah,
and the queen's going to come to h4. This is entering lost territory.
And I think he has to, I mean, desperate times, desperate measures. Maybe you got to go b3 or something. Just find some sort of counterplay.
Yeah, I feel like that the entire opening, I mean, starting with knight a6, you just could feel that Raunak was really well prepared for this.
He was, yeah, and the critical moment was that bishop b1 move. I think it completely derailed white. He needed to act, with f4, bishop b1.
And he played it instantly, too. You called it. I mean, it was like, it wasn't a move that would be that excited about playing.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Okay, and now, yeah, Dima going completely defensive. I guess he went queen e2, so he has queen f1 available. Yeah.
So the question, I guess, for black is, you don't have to rush with knight takes h3. That's not going anywhere, but you do want to take it if you want to follow up with queen h4, if you want to play dynamically.
And yeah, as black, I would say bishop d5, just put that bishop there, and then maybe a5 and some queenside expansion is in the cards.
Yeah, I was going to propose rook g1 because now this heavily discourages knight takes h3.
Yeah,
honestly,
but
that's why.
I mean, as you said, I'm not going to take. Why should I take on h3?
No. Yeah, I don't see any ways for white to start kingside counterplay. So you're anticipating a5, I assume.
Yeah, you can go a5 and a3, maybe bishop f8. But queen. There is queen like queen d2 or e1.
You could also go queen b6.
Right, and I guess you're just gonna go rook a8, right? After queen d2.
Yeah, but that just feels a little bit slow, and then you won't be able to go rook b8 because there's a 4.
Oh, knight d7 is yeah, maybe annoying.
Wait, also,
okay.
Oh,
wait a sec.
I was gonna say something funny and very wrong, but I was gonna say after queen e1, there's a bishop takes e5 and knight f3. For having forgotten that you don't have two knights, one of them to take on h3, the other one to go to f3.
Okay, yeah, but this is annoying. Like, okay, he wasted a bit of a tempo there. Rook b8, rook a8.
The good news is it's still +3.
yeah, it's really, I mean, white can't exactly do much. So.
Nope. Case in point, and all Andreikin can really do is prepare for the apocalypse here.
Yeah, and as black, the thing is, I didn't want to allow knight to 7, but okay, maybe it's not a big deal. Probably isn't, yeah.
Yeah, knight d7, knight c5, you mean?
Yeah, just don't play rook b8 and it's fine. So, yeah, I guess, he should cover d7 though. Like, I'm just worried that, there's no bishop f8 at his disposal either.
Yeah, that's an annoying square, and he should do so with minimal disruption to his other plans. So maybe a move like rook e7 can be considered.
I like that.
Although that, ideally you would want to keep both rooks on the 8th rank so that when you play b4, you don't lose the standoff on the a file. It's not the easiest thing to solve.
Oh wait, I see an idea. I see an idea now for white, but there's no way you can get away with it. I wanted to play queen f1 and g4.
Oh, that's so in, because I was thinking about like bishop f5 and g4.
Oh, okay.
No, I like that a lot. I guess there's logistical issues.
Yeah. I mean, bishop b5 should just kill you, but I don't know. Maybe you have to. Like, I'd rather do that than just wait for black to crush on the queen side.
Right. Yeah, I think you've definitely reached that territory where you start. And Dmitry offered a draw over my dead body, says Raunak. That's funny. And maybe he was aware of Raunak's.
I think he was tendency. Actually. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Dima, he still just has to wait here. Bishop c3, I guess.
I like how Dima's trying to make that face. Yeah, it's okay. position where I could see someone taking a draw. He's got to pretend to be okay with his position.
Okay.
Yeah, bishop
and-
c3 played.
Okay, Ronak. Maybe now is the time for bishop f8. Oh no, he goes back. Okay.
All right. Yeah, bishop f8. I mean, at some point you got to start preparing b4 because there's not much else that you can do.
Oh, there is a tactical idea, but I don't know if you go for it as Ronak. You can try and take on. Yeah, take on e5 and f4, or f4. Sorry, why take? Yeah, maybe f4 immediately.
So I was thinking about going h5 to stop your idea.
Uh-huh.
But that does weaken g6, and I don't know if black... I mean, he'll probably play king h7
Yeah,
on
king
the next
h7.
move.
It's
But then
pretty
bishop
cool.
f5
Yeah.
becomes almost works.
Ooh. Yeah,
And
you
the
gotta
evil bar
be.
does not like this.
Oh wait, is a4? A4?
Oh my god. It is a move, and then c4 hangs.
You can still take on e5 and b4.
But then already... it goes queen
So
e1.
yeah, I don't think it was quite working. So yeah, I mean, Ronak can say he got away with those last two moves.
Yeah, I feel like Groundhog is getting a little bit nervous because you got to play b4 and you don't want to do it, and
there are
back and forth.
The issue is there are a lot of plans. Like f4 looks tempting to me, I have to say, on the last move, like bishop on d5. So there are a lot of ideas here, and you can get a little bit mixed up when you have a lot of things to choose from.
Yeah, totally. And you have such a comfortable position that you don't really want to commit to anything. So you just sort of end up, trying to find the perfect moment, and the perfect moment often never arises at f4, and here we go.
Wait a second. After EF, is Andreikin going to take with the G pawn?
GF, I think he is, and rook takes G6. And he's going to sack the bishop, and we'll bring up the analysis board here, and white is winning here. This is how quickly the tables can turn, and there's just mate coming.
Do not take then. You got to go knight f7, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't collect $200. Do not pass go. Do not take the bishop. This is as good as Dimitri's position has looked in a while, but it's still terrible.
G4, big threat, though.
Yep. Using the pin to open the G file, and...
Yeah, I think you have to go FE, right?
I would imagine. But then there's bishop h6, maybe?
Oh, that's a great move. Defending while attacking.
Right. And b4 is still, still on deck.
Okay,
bishop h6 does allow the check.
Yeah, I noticed it as well. Okay, wait. There shouldn't be g4, right? I'm trying.
We're both thinking about it, of course, right?
It shouldn't work. It shouldn't work, but wait a second. G4 takes. Rook g4, bc, rook f1. No, but no, unfortunately you make a queen, though. If you weren't making the queen, then...
Oh, rook f7 and queen h5, but king 8. Oh,
wait.
King g8?
Ah, king g8 there.
Oh my god, that's such a nice line. But this actually does draw if black takes.
Yeah.
But black wins with king g8. Oh my god. Okay. So Dimitri doesn't go for it. He goes bishop e1, and now Raunak is crashing through on the queen side. But is there g4 now?
How would that work? Oh wait, fg, bishop g4. Oh, because there's queen e7 at the end, you mean?
Right. Right. But then even there's king g8. But yeah, it's just rook a1.
Wait. That line, king g8, maybe e6, but okay. Anyways.
I mean, Dimitri basically says, I have no necessity to sacrifice.
Oh yeah,
move my rook.
Yeah. Wait, this is scary.
This is totally unclear now. Raunak has somehow all these kingside moves, Jeffrey, h5, g6, he's created these weaknesses, and now it's comeuppance time.
I don't think he can stop g5 actually, or g4 rather. I would take white now,
and I would take white based on the clock as well. Dimitri, slowly but surely has built up a steady time advantage. Unbelievable how he does it.
And yeah, I was mentioning Andreikin, when he gets the attack going, this might be a prime example.
This is, he's so dangerous in these situations. And I think he's going to lash out with g4.
He'll consider bishop b4 for a second, but yeah, I don't see the follow-up there. So I would just, g4.
And there might be some sort of the game could end in some sort of perpetual on the king side also. I think that's what the eval bar is reflecting. I don't know how exactly, though.
Yeah, like let's say I go G4. How do you defend?
That's a great question that people more qualified than me will have to answer.
Ronek's gonna have to answer it. Let's see what he comes
going
up
down
with.
the line.
Maybe I was thinking you have to go Rook F8, but Bishop B4 might be an issue.
I think one thing you probably shouldn't do is take on E1 because that gives the rooks a chance to connect.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
So
you
maybe
don't wanna let the
C3 to
rooks.
try to shut this bishop down.
Makes perfect sense.
Although C3, even bishop C3 and rook G1 looks scary.
Looks scary, but I mean, if that works, you just have to live with it as black. Goes Queen E6.
E6. So rook G5, there's bishop E7.
Mm-hmm. This is also, I like this defense here by Ronek.
That's a very nice move, actually, because it really disrupts white's. Takes a lot of steam out of the attack.
It does, yeah. Rook F4. How will you play? Rook F8 or bishop E7 there?
Yeah, I thought rook F8. Oh, apparently that wasn't the best. And C3
Wait,
by Ronek.
C3 is a little bit dodgy, I feel.
Yeah, not putting something on the F file is quite bold.
Yeah, like let's say go rook F6.
I'm agitating for bishop takes C3 and rook F1.
Oh, wait. Maybe.
I feel like that's an Andreikin style idea, even though it's very, very dubious. I mean, rook D7, I don't know where exactly it's coming from.
Oh, rook C1 feels a bit slow. But okay, I see his point, sort of.
Knocks down to 40 seconds also. That's not a lot of time for such a position.
Oh, he's going to really have to hustle here. Yeah, I think he had to go with the D rook to make sure it's not hanging.
Yep, the queen was.
But now again, either rook F6 or queen F2 probably we'll see.
Mm-hmm. And black still has that A pawn, which could eventually go down, but that's so slow.
Yeah, this is really going to come down to whether or not Ronek can kind of not blunder, because if he survives, those C and A pawns are going to be enough to win.
Somehow Ronek's king feels really safe now. It's hard to figure out. There's just no infiltration squares. Rook F6, kind of falls by the wayside after, I don't know, queen G4, or even bishop E7.
Yeah, you say that now, but I'm telling you, like down the road, imagine your queen's on G4, I go queen F2, I'm threatening bishop C3 and rook G1, so.
That is true.
Where's this check in? Oh, wait, but don't let him trade
queen
queens.
F3. Oh, but can he avoid it?
That was not a good inclusion, yeah.
I think he thought it was mate.
All right, so he plays this, and okay, he has his own pass pawns.
God, what a wild position. Now black pushes his pass pawn.
Mm-hmm. What is going on here?
Oh, bishop H4, but that wasn't the move. He wants bishop F6.
I mean, that was the move I was thinking of, but are you in time? Like bishop D2? What's happened?
Bishop F6?
Oh, you take him. Bishop F6.
Perpetual.
Okay. This might have been a draw.
I think there might be... No, not rook F8. Black has a winning move here somewhere.
Wait, actually, black is the one that has to be careful in that line. So you don't want to go bishop D2. 13 down to 10. It's got to find a move.
Bishop F6 is a threat, and then that creates
rook
there's
A6.
a mate threat.
Rook A6. He needs to
D5.
He played D5. Oh my god. Okay, wait.
Wait, is white winning? Rook G7, rook H7?
No, you have to go to
H8. Gotta go king H8. Oh,
you had to go to H8.
He missed mate. Rook H7 is mate.
That's mate.
Oh my god. Andreikin pulls it off. Round could have gone to H8, and that was still a draw.
Yeah, I didn't see how white could do anything here.
Oh my god. So the win, instead of bishop D2, it was rook A8.
No, wait. What is the... Oh, okay, give me a break.
Right, that's ridiculous. And rook B1 is unstoppable.
Okay, wait, but can you start with bishop F8? Or...
No, well, here there's
rook
no,
F2. Because then rook F2. Wow, that's so precise.
So the reason you need to keep... And what if rook F2 here?
Bishop D2?
Don't tell me. Oh, my God. I mean, are you serious? That's just crazy. And these players like Andreikin, they just know how to create situations where the win is totally impossible to find. Unbelievable.
I mean, I was thinking once you trade the queens off, you're safe, but Andreikin's like, no, not safe.
I mean, that's just incredible. Wow, what a game we just saw. And I think I still think that things first started going wrong for Raunak when he started pushing those kingside pawns. I mean, he overdid it. He overcooked it.
Yeah, it feels like when you're playing on both sides, like it is good in some cases, but sometimes it's better just to focus and play on the queen side just to make it. Because when you're playing on both sides, you have to invest so much time. Like, should I go king side? Should I go queen side?
I have some very bad news for you. I think Aronian, who's up next, is wearing a Celtics jersey. That's not acceptable.
I'm indifferent, but
I'm leaving the commentary.
Yeah, you might have to really.
Well, if the Warriors lose today, I'm going to take a week to mourn. I mean,
that game one collapse was.
I mean, that shooting spree was absolutely that was just unbelievable. I mean, they hit like 15 threes in a row. That was epic. I got to admit, that was epic. Anyways, Aronian, we're gonna have to have a conversation after he finishes this game. He is facing off against none other than Noterbek Abdusattorov. What do you think of Noterbek?
I mean, I got a chance to watch him up close this last knockout, and he was so sharp. I think he beat Hikaru in that. He lost Nepo in the finals, but he's just incredibly sharp and incredibly fearless. Just really enjoy watching him play.
And he is part of this new crop of Uzbek talents, Noterbek and Yakuboy. I mean, he is, of course, the head honcho in that group. But it's just so exciting to see these new generations of young players come out of, chess countries. Of course, Uzbekistan gave rise to Rustam Kazimjanov, who was FIDE world champion. And I'm sure he's heavily involved in mentoring some of these younger talents. But Noterbek is so impressive. Winning the World Rapid Championship is, I mean, just that achievement alone, says a lot about who you are as a chess player, right?
Yeah, really crazy. And yeah, to echo what you said, they've done a tremendous job. There's so many strong Uzbek players now. And yeah, we're underway.
Okay, so Levon of the white pieces and a Sicilian E6 by Noterbek and a delayed Alapin by Levon, transitioning into a normal Alapin. Okay.
Yeah, this is something that I essay myself. Actually, I played it against Big Fish yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I think in a practical game, it's usually easier to play white because as black, you'll face some sort of attack at some point.
Right. So call up Dmitry Andreikin. I think he'll enjoy this as well.
Okay, wait, but maybe Noterbek, if he takes on e5, what is Levon planning to recapture with?
Ooh, he goes knight c6 instead. So he wants, neither side wants the IQ.
No, but the endgame, okay, in general, the endgames are good for black. This is what I know about Alapin.
Because these central squares get really tender for white. I agree. Every time I get into one of these endgames with white, I struggle.
I think actually, I normally wouldn't criticize Levon, but you're supposed to play queen e2 first to avoid the endgame.
I mean, what about e takes d6? Is that just totally fine for black? Because
it's
I
a
like
different
those positions
kind of position.
for white.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is. It's definitely double-edged there. Yeah, this IQP and whether or not black can kind of play knight e7, put the bishop on c6. Can he get that in time, or will white get the attack first? It's really a sharp position there.
Well, Noterbek does not test Levon. He plays bishop e7, and there's queen e2.
Yeah, now it'll get to something that I kind of like to play for white. Just put the pieces out. And yeah, the issue is when you don't trade queens, you're actually going to find it very cramped. You're not going to be able to connect rooks easily because the queen has no good squares.
Yeah, no, I'm totally on the same page. I mean, I play the Alapin, and I don't like this for black. I've actually struggled for many years to find a suitable line as black against the Alapin. It's a very annoying opening.
Yeah, it is. Especially just to get chances, right?
Right. Just a double-edged position that isn't incredibly cramped to the last two rows. So, okay, the Noterbek is digging into his clock here.
Somehow you need to get the bishop to this diagonal. Maybe how do you do it though? Maybe knight b4, but it was iffy.
Levon just did that head motion from side to side that he does when he's satisfied with this position. I don't know how to describe it, but he's also spent 5 seconds, so that's a pretty good sign as well. And he can take on d6 at any moment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, should he? Or should he?
Definitely, he can consider, like, how would you follow that up? Takes? Because 94 bishop c6, that's what Noterbeck is intending.
That's a problem. God, there's a lot of appetizing options here.
You can go, sorry. You can go bishop g5, because at bishop b7, you have takes in d5. I see what you're saying. Yes. So I think he should have actually gone for that, but 94 also looks tempting. Bishop c6, good reaction.
Yep. Okay, so now another choice for Levon of whether to take on d6.
But now you're not going to get the same idea. So
there's no d5 anymore in that position.
Actually, it was kind of a big miss, because now I don't know.
Let me show your idea. So you were saying takes and then the immediate bishop g5.
Yeah.
And if black blocks it, then in the IQP structure, you always have to test this move d5. And here it works because of the standoff between the queens. And now you don't have that anymore. Levon goes a3. The knight's going to go back to d5.
What does he want there?
Yeah, black is starting to look pretty fine there. Maybe he wants bishop c2.
Right, probably. Yeah.
And then the classic idea, queen d3. I mean, potentially, or knight g5, depends on what black does.
Yeah, still scary. What is Noterbeck considering here? Does he want to trade or what?
Yeah, what is the alternative to knight d5?
Oh!
Bishop d5.
Wow,
nice move, that forces the bishops off the board.
Nice spot, but looks like Aronian, he was anticipating it. So this bishop g5 and carving out this d6 square for the knight.
Right, or he realized that he missed it and, while Noterbeck was thinking and prepared a response.
Still problems to solve here. Maybe, assume you'll take in like queen e7.
Takes. Yeah, but with only knights, White doesn't have an attack anymore. I mean, that's totally toothless.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the question is whose knight is going to be better, White's knight on d6 or Black's knight on d5?
I think, the one issue with knight d6 is Black is going to go rook d8 and then later f6 to undermine. So you're not going to be able to keep the knight there for long.
That's true. Yeah, so maybe you want to save this for a rainy day and play rook c1. And he does. And rook
C8,
like
rook c8, knight d6, take f6?
Yeah. takes f6, and we might see this on the board. And maybe White just goes, yeah, it's not easy to find a move here.
I'm warming up. Yeah, I'm warming up to Black's position here.
Well, it's almost on the board. Knight d6 played. We have a trade on c1, and Noterbeck goes rook d8.
Okay.
He's trying to, boil the broth a little bit more before playing f6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now I think I don't see any more good moves. Just f6 seems fine.
Maybe I go f6, knight back to e4, try to induce f5, and then, dip into the cold water again.
But wait. Okay, yeah, maybe. I was going to say there could be some knight f4, like after fe5, but you have a good move g3 there. Just solidify.
Right. Going for the positional control over the center.
But if not f6, I don't know what to do.
Right. Noterbeck sort of treading water with rook d7.
Yeah, he just wants to challenge the c file.
Right, and without the rooks, the effectiveness of the knight is somewhat diminished, so... Yeah, he's defending so calmly here. It's like, it feels like his position's a little unpleasant, but he's making a lot of improvements. So maybe queen d2?
Yeah, makes sense.
Levon keeps the rooks.
This is strange though. There's nothing even going on the D file.
Right. There's no parties or nightclubs open on the D file.
So like, can Black try and invade the C file somehow? Rook C5 with Queen C7 ideas.
I mean, you still have to consider f6, but at this point, it's not quite as effective.
Now, yeah,
clear Noterbeck is not. He's moved away from that.
Right. Yeah. Actually, f6 knight b5, so I'm definitely less inclined.
Oh yeah. Maybe throw an ace. Okay, goes queen d7.
Yeah, queen could be coming into a4.
Levon is playing so fast.
Yeah, this is. I mean, Hikaru and Levon, they know how to play rapid. So
right.
Clock is the most important. And now, wait. So Levon has some ideas of lifting the rook, or bringing some pieces into the attack.
If you get something onto the g file, you're gonna have, you're gonna start thinking about various tactics. Maybe also put the pawn on h5 to discourage g6. Maybe do that now.
Yeah, Noterbeck, he's been playing very patient, but just don't get too patient.
Right, because you might patient yourself all the way to checkmate on the g file.
I would look for something like queen a4 next, assuming Levon doesn't do something drastic. Queen a4, I don't even know what I'm threatening, but just kind of look for some activity.
You're causing, in general, instability in White's position.
Yeah.
Okay, so here comes king g2, just getting the king off of the first rank, and yeah, queen a4 looks pretty irritating, actually. It's not so easy to get the queen off of there.
And looking at Noterbeck's next moves, he might... Okay, I was going to say maybe he's looking for knight c8, trying to get rid of the knight, but does go queen a4.
Oh, knight c8, there might be... Rook c1 actually might...
Oh, now, in this... Oh,
no,
yeah,
no.
Wait a second.
Or is it queen... I didn't see that the knight on d4 was... It might still be a problem, yeah. Rook c7, queen f7. No, but that doesn't look that impressive.
Okay, so what... Can you go knight c... No, knight c4 blunders to b3. So there are some tricks here.
Knight c8.
Okay.
Okay, so rook c1 has to be calculated.
Yeah, will Levon get tempted by that or not really?
I think rook c1, you could see a mass trade. Queen takes d4. Oh, that's not the move.
Apparently. Oh, wait, that's not... Okay. Maybe you take on... No, wait. Can you take... No, but if you take on d6...
If you take here, there's queen f7 and knight e6.
Yes. So what if you take on d6, take on c7, takes, ed6. Do I have a move after... No, but I can't take on d4.
No, because of dc and then queen.
Oh, you can... Maybe you get away with a move like knight e8. Very strange.
Oh my gosh.
Or wait, no, the Eva bar, he didn't see something wrong with that too.
I think it's this, but Levon makes another crazy move.
Okay, wait, what? Knight
d7.
Okay.
Whoa.
I like that.
That's a cool move. That's a cool move.
So if I take on d6, you take with the pawn, or not sure?
Almost certainly.
No, wait, but rook d7 there.
Yeah, and then my plan was to think then.
Yeah, then you think, because I don't actually have a threat there.
Okay. Rook d7, maybe rook d4 there.
Oh wait, is there? Oh, I was gonna say like rook d5, queen c3, but maybe I'm getting ahead of myself.
Well, then there's queen e4, I guess, but
yes.
But rook d4, rook d5 is definitely an idea in these positions.
Yeah, because you set up like some ideas of rook d5 somewhere.
Yep, and queen g4, queen c3, as you pointed out.
Oh wait, that might work. Can we show that or not? Because
yeah. We can pull up while Noterbeck is thinking. Knight d6, ed, rook d7,
rook d4, and imagine like queen c6, rook d5, queen d5, knight e7.
You can't stop the pawn. That's amazing. Look at this position. And it's very important to take the queen first, because if you take the pawn first, black has queen d7. So, and if black takes with the pawn, then...
I thought there would be something at queen g4.
I guess no. Or is it just...
You can go knight e7 too, yeah.
Oh yeah, and you're just winning, because the pawn is... You can't get to the pawn. White can defend it from e3.
Right. Okay, so what's going on the live position?
Okay, so knight cb6, rook d4. Oh.
Yeah, so this rook could swing in, but queen 6 is very important move.
And Levon is a little bit stuck on the king side. Does he have any knockouts here?
I don't
It doesn't
see anything
appear that way.
Yeah. Because, if the queens get traded, black, as we were talking about these endgames earlier on, they still feel like at the very least, black has enough counterplay for equality.
And there's a small problem. The knight is now hanging.
Very
and
subtle.
It doesn't have any good spots to go to. I mean,
right, that's a bigger issue. That's a much bigger issue. Yeah, where do you even put this knight?
You might have to play knight e3 and bite the bullet.
Oh, no, but no.
You're right.
No.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Out of the question.
But what can he do? I mean, the issue is
none of these sacks do anything.
Yeah. You can't avoid the queen trade at the end of the day.
God, this knight on d5 is such a hero, and it's defending f6. The rook is defending f7. And you don't even really need the knight on b6.
Why is this? Like, I would think black might be even close to winning because I don't see a move.
But after knight e3, f3, it looks ugly, but isn't it all
Wait,
right
but I just go like, oh, I was assuming queens too, but okay, I see your point now. You go king h3 and maybe
king h3, and then I go for the attack, right?
Oh yeah, because knight f7's a threat. Maybe, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I was a little bit too pessimistic there about white's chances.
Well, it's emotionally very disappointing when you have to make a move like that after you built up such an impressive attacking formation, but okay, you have to bite the bullet and play knight e3. I don't think there's any other moves, like, at all.
He's trying to find something, but yeah, okay.
Yeah. And he acquiesces, and I think now a draw is... Okay, wait. Knight d7.
Knight d7. So wait, if I take on c6?
Well, I guess I take with a rook.
Knight f7?
Yep. Rook c2 check, then you move your king.
Smooth the king, yeah.
And we might see that. I mean, BC is... I guess
BC knight
is possible.
No, but BC knight c4, I don't like this.
No, I don't either.
Well, why do you play that so fast?
Right, that reminds me of Andreikin's like one.
I mean, if it's a great move, if it's a great move, then sure. But what does he have in mind? Oh, rook c7 simply.
Oh, what a cold-blooded move, forcing the knight out of f7.
Yeah, that's a super move because the knight on e5 is going to be an awesome piece, and black just goes rook c2 to restore the material. Yeah, I missed that. Okay. So does he have another move besides knight d8, knight e6?
Well, he can go knight d6. That's really the only other retreating square for the knight. But then there's rook c2 and all sorts of funny business. So he goes knight d8. Knight takes e5. They're starting to take each other's pawns.
And now you want to be careful as white here after rook c2 where to put the king, because don't land into some kind of mating net somehow.
Yeah, I think we're thinking about the same thing. h5, knight g4. So if you're Levon, is he thinking about rook d2 maybe?
No, I'm worried though. Yeah, I'm worried. Yeah, rook e7 could be an issue.
Ooh.
Oh, but he has. This is very Levon. I feel like he sees these kind of really outlandish sort of ideas that seem to be really. You find that they're very strong.
And the vast majority of people would just take on e6 instantly. But what he does is he gives the king this g3 square where it's incredibly safe, and he's kind of thinking about going after black. I know Levon. He's thinking about like some sort of mating ideas, rook d7 and rook e4.
Wow, he's not even taking. It's a very, very creative play. And maybe as Nerdbeck, I was going to say bail out with like knight c6, but okay, Levon doesn't necessarily have to trade.
Well, Levon could take on e6, but then that would be, I guess, a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, I know what Levon wants to do. He wants to like knight d7, rook e6, rook e8, and then get a mating net of his own.
h5, knight f7, yeah. I think that's a little bit of wishful thinking, though, just because of how much time it takes to even create a mate threat.
Okay, knight f7, he goes the other way. So now rook e6 probably liquidates. Yeah.
That's a cute move.
Yeah, knight e6.
Levon's gonna play for a win.
No, wait. He's going for the main at knight c5 maybe.
And then rook e8, rook e7 or something.
Yeah, there could be something. Okay, starts with a4.
Wait, knight d6.
Oh, did he just blunder?
He's got to go rook e5. He definitely missed that.
Okay, maybe you still can salvage somehow. Do you go rook c5 here or?
Yeah, rook c5 attacks the knight, and then rook takes c3, king f4, and I guess that's drawable.
Yeah, it definitely is. Although, I mean, in rapid.
Well, Levon was playing with fire, and he just got burned.
Yeah, yes, he did.
I mean, that's payback for wearing a Celtics jersey, but so, he should still be able to salvage this.
Yeah, deciding to go rook 4, rook c5, rook e4. I mean, for sure, rook endings in general, they're always going to be more draws than knight endings. So I would be okay. Wait, knight c5. Didn't see that.
Wow, this is a very disorienting position, and now we have a knight end game where black has the capacity to create an outside passer, which is why black is playing for a win. G5, but allowing knight c5.
That allows knight c5 though,
which would force b5. I think Noterbeck is
should be a draw. Yeah.
Although
just not
the
enough.
king is sort of closed off
The
here.
king is boxed, yes.
And tied down to the g4 pawn.
Okay, but no, it should be fine. Like, just take knight c5, b5 takes, and knight e4. Okay, a5, I'm not so sure I like this, but I guess he gets the king in.
And now knight c5 is actually a big threat because you're going to win b7.
Yeah. Okay, he's going to get the king in, so yeah, this is completely fine.
So, it's knight c... Black probably is going to play knight c4, and then we might see a repetition. Yeah, this is a dead.
Levon might not actually
king
take
e4,
that
knight c5.
Still, okay. Be somewhat careful here, as noted. So
I would just go b6.
B6, yeah, B6.
Don't leave white with the pawn at all, like anything.
Mm-hmm.
Levon will find a way to, squeeze out some winning chances.
Okay, so he allows king e4.
King f6.
Okay, noted.
Still sharp.
Yeah, maybe he still thinks he can do something because king d4, knight e5. Whose pawn's faster here?
There's knight c6 and knight
c6. Oh, wait a
c6.
minute, knight c6. Ooh. Although, wait, but you're stuck, unfortunately.
Paralyzed. Yeah, whichever piece black moves, he loses a pawn. Like if you move the knight, you lose b7. If you move b7, you lose a6. So Levon could play e4, but then king e7.
e5.
Oh, and then e5. Yeah. Yeah, I said that as if king e7 actually does something. Oh, but then king e7. Okay, that doesn't work. Yeah. Yeah, e5. Here we go. And Noterbeck is going to have to decide which pawn to give away.
Yeah, maybe b5 so you can get knight c4.
I can see this. No, I can't see this not being. I was going to say this not being a draw. I can't really see this not being a draw.
Both sides have kind of done well to keep the game going.
Yeah. It's been an impressive amount of time in this end game.
So B5, yeah, Noterbeck, maybe he doesn't see it actually. He wants a crystal clear way just to force a draw, but maybe it doesn't exist just yet.
Okay. So knight takes b7. King e4, and then the king walking around potentially to f5.
Yeah, it should still always be in the drawing margin because it's hard for you to win the g pawn without losing the e pawn.
Yep, and it's hard for you to defend the e pawn without letting go of the a pawn.
Yeah.
So every puzzle piece is connected.
Actually, king f5, knight d4 might be a move because takes knight e6. I think black is in time.
Say that again.
Like if king f5, knight d4, king g5, knight e6.
Oh, whoa. Does black win there?
No, actually, that's not a good idea. No, that's a bad idea because king h6, and then you promote, and you can't take on e5. So
oh my god, because you get skewered.
Yeah. Don't actually allow that. Wait, but if you don't allow that, oh shoot, Noterbeck blundered the same thing as I did.
Yeah, this is amazing. Knight e6 takes x, and typical Levon to find such an idea.
Oh my goodness, that endgame is not easy at all, I don't think. Wait, king, maybe you go, no, it is, because you go king e7 there. King e7.
And queen g7, king e8.
Should be fine.
Yeah, he's going to have to just accept that that's the best thing. Because if you go king f7 here, is that hard? King f7?
You might be playing with fire.
King h6 already is coming in, and the knight's
I mean,
restraining the pawn.
oh, Noterbeck, yeah. Oh, it looks like he might be panicking here.
Yeah, he's not happy.
That queen endgame is not. It's definitely not as clear cut as we initially thought, but I think it's still okay.
18 seconds. He's got to make a decision here. And I feel like he might default to going king f7 here if he's not happy with that endgame.
Oh, no.
Psychologically, 8 seconds. Make a move, Noterbeck.
Oh, wow. He's
5.
really struggling.
And he finally goes for it, and that's a big decision there.
It is, yeah.
And Levon was probably like, darn it.
Okay.
Just don't take on e5 at the end.
King f5 probably loses too, so you need to go back. Yeah, I think you have to go to e7. You have
but
to.
he's gonna play that.
He will,
Levon's gonna queen g7,
he's
queen
gonna
h8 this.
Yeah, he's gonna get his queen. But then the problem is with the king in front of the pawn, if I trade queens, the pawn endgames are gonna be fine for me.
Yep. No, there isn't even a single attempt here.
Yes.
This is a dead easy draw. And if anything, White could get mated with the king on e6.
Yeah, that was a bit of a close call there. Yeah, bit of a close call, but he does make the right decision in the end.
Right, and Levon, I think, is just going to repeat moves here. He might try e6, but
he can try he can try king g7, king h8, but just put the queen on e7. You should be good to go.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Any queen interposition is a draw. That's, as you said, that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's why it's impossible to play this for a win.
So how would you evaluate the chances in a blitz?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, Noterbeck is getting stronger and stronger in blitz. I mean, given Levon's time management, I'd still probably call him the favorite. But, man, totally anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, Noterbeck, he would get white. I think I watched him. He played in English against Hikaru and beat him with white in the blitz game. So I think he'll probably go with his English again.
And he played the English against some idiot named Magnus in the World Rapid and beat him as well. So
yeah, that's his signature for sure.
But Levon, he doesn't play all that much online, but again, he's very fast player, very dynamic, full of incredibly original ideas, and all of that bodes really, really well for his blitz. So
indeed,
this is going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We are about to see the blitz game kick off, and here we go with Noterbeck having the white pieces. The time control is 3+2, and Levon taking his time on the first move.
Yeah, taking his time. Usually he would go with his Spanish or e4, e5, but he's pondering other things.
I'm not sure he was aware that the game started so soon after the rapid game concluded. No, but now he made a move, so he only took 17 seconds.
Yeah, he was stumped for a bit there. All right, so see this Italian probably. Okay, he goes for a slightly different version.
Okay, d6, knight c3.
And Levon, he likes to play these like king h8, knight g8, f5 sort of ideas, or Okay, he goes for a different one.
Those are especially good in blitz. He goes bishop g4. Now it's interesting. Noterbeck put a knight on c3 rather than a pawn, as is traditional in the Italian. So this is a more 4 knights kind of flavor.
Yeah. Now, can you push g4 here? Big question.
Right, because you always have to consider the sack. It doesn't look that good here.
Oh, you don't think it works? So how would white get out of the pin?
Takes, and then I'll start with bishop e3. Okay, plays
king
here.
h8. Okay.
Yeah, but now I would be scared.
Yeah. But then how do you deal with this pin? Exactly.
Yeah. Because you can't, if you go knight g3.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to evaluate 92 anyway, like bishop f3 gf, maybe. Oh, but d5 is annoying there. Okay.
Oh, yeah, striking in the center and exploiting the absence of the knight. And I think Noterbeck is wrestling with the same problems. He's taking a long time here.
Yeah, I'm thinking, do you go like king h1, rook g1?
And shove g4 through, because that is very important. You cannot let this pin survive forever.
The one thing is knight d4, it's going to come at some point. Okay, knight d5 makes sense as well, getting rid of the knight.
Yeah.
Like
trade. That. Queen c8. Levon just feels very comfortable in these types of positions. And there's g4.
Yeah, G4.
There's
Okay, I
no
don't.
sack.
No, you can't
Right.
sack now.
God, Noterbeck's got to be breathing a sigh of relief here.
Yeah, I like how he's playing. I would have thrown in C3 there just to restrict the knight. Oh, but knight's going in the other way. Okay. Nice move by Levon.
Yeah, and he's going to play C6 to chase the bishop away. And, you know, we might see A5 or something a little bit more positional now that White has solved the problem of his king safety for now.
Mm-hmm.
He's down a full minute on the clock, though.
Yeah, you called it. I mean, Levon, he's just been kind of like he
Lightning
even gave
fast.
he gave 17 seconds at the start and he's still up a minute.
Yeah, so he spent a total of like 9 seconds this entire game. So to do the math.
Okay, actually Noterbeck, he needs to be slightly careful because I could see Black quickly you know, starting to outplay here. Rook H1 starting.
Is White flirting with H4?
He is. Maybe I guess he could do it right away. Maybe he'll go like Rook, he'll bring the other Rook to G1, or can he do it here?
Right.
Yes.
But D5 is
Not-
being eyed, and Queen C7 maybe
Yeah.
first.
Yes.
Never mind.
So okay, he goes H4,
Oh!
but why is that bad?
Was there
Why
like
was that
knight
bad?
D4 maybe?
No, but maybe knights. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Knight
It could have
C5.
been. Or knight C5, yes. But
Right,
now
you would have
okay,
eliminated the bishop.
so now Noterbeck trying for something. I guess D5 will come.
What a sharp position. And the thing is, the moment you
Okay.
play D takes C4, you open up this beast of a bishop.
Yes. Same issue with D4. So okay, Queen E2. Yeah, very double-edged. Not even sure which side I would prefer here.
It's hard for either side to really make a move.
Yeah,
And
true.
there we go. Case in point. Bishop F7. Levon gets his bishop into position. And now Black's king is the one that's obviously...
Yeah, I was
king
about
F1
to say.
and G5.
Yes, I was about to say the same. And okay, Levon, because he doesn't really want to push H6, but maybe he has to stop G5.
It might be the lesser evil because you can always deal with the sack on H6. That's never that dangerous. Yeah, no, I mean, especially if White goes King F1, you cannot allow G5 that you're going to get killed.
No. Yeah, all right. So he can still.
You can also play D and Queen.
Oh,
D1
D is the move. Yeah. Yeah, positionally
Okay.
speaking, Black does have the trump of the F4 square. So like, if the queens do get traded and gets maybe Bishop C5, could be starting to look good for Black.
Okay, but Noterbeck takes with the queen, so he wants the queens on the board at all costs, and there's that H6 move by Levon to stop G5.
Very classy, yeah. And if this attack doesn't pan out, then Noterbeck's going to be left wondering, you know, what are his rooks doing over there?
Yeah, G1 and H1. Maybe it's time to migrate them over to the center.
Mm-hmm.
Find new employment. Oh,
wait a
E6!
second.
Bishop
Does that
E6!
work?
Oh,
No,
and
no,
then 97 at the end.
Oh, 97 is what he missed.
Oh, he blundered a
no.
piece. He blundered
Oh
a
my
piece.
goodness.
But he thought he could take back and pin the queen, and he forgot about 97. And Noterbeck sees it. Oh my god. And
Wow.
Levon, we're about to see it on his face. Yeah, and there it is. Unbelievable. And it's just a full piece, 97.
Wait, I wouldn't have even played that because... Oh, wait, okay, I understand. He wants to at least try this. Okay.
He wants the A4 pawn at least.
Mm-hmm.
But this is, I mean, this is a matter of relatively straightforward technique.
Queen C6?
We've seen crazier things happen in the RCC. Oh yeah, Queen C6 is a great attempt.
Okay, takes.
It's not totally
Yeah,
over.
if he gets another pawn,
Right, and then maybe another one.
Yeah.
I mean, Noterbeck.
Okay,
is probably
20 yeah,
thinking,
hold
Bishop
on.
B3, Bishop H6.
Right, yeah, hold on. 20 seconds. Let's not call this just yet.
No, D4.
Wait, that
D4
looks
is a great
fishy,
move.
though. Wait, because there's Bishop B7. I was gonna say B6, but there is Bishop B7 still.
Rook E8, and then I guess he does want to sack on F6.
He will sack. Yeah, he will sack. Maybe you start with Rook E8 or something.
Right, or maybe B6 is Levon's best chance. I don't know.
Just get the piece back, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get mated there, and you're gonna lose all of your kingside pawns. So
I would maybe go Rook E8. Okay, he
go
does.
B6.
Okay.
Oh, B3.
Oh, B3 first. But wait, but queen c6? What is he doing?
Bishop
No, he's
back
starting to
against-
lose some pawns, right? ED.
Yeah,
Okay,
rookie
okay, I
pawn.
understand. It's a piece is a piece.
Right. He still has an extra bishop, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
And now Levon is down to 30 seconds. So that once the time advantage evaporates, I mean,
Yeah, fair enough.
you're not going to have too many chances here. Rookie 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe E4. No, he does play ED, so he does want to go for the pawns.
Rookie 4, at least he's going to try to get.
I mean, at least now he can say he has 2 pawns for the piece. Rookie 4.
Issue is what he can simply take on d4 if he just kind of blocks everything.
Right. Queen C2. Got to try it.
Yep.
And then Rookie 1. I think it's... Oh,
I like
Rookie
this
3.
even better.
Noterbeck is so smooth.
Very.
Rook D8, Bishop F6,
Oh,
Rook
bishop.
F8.
No, but well, okay, maybe, might as well.
Yeah, because F2 is going to hang in.
Oh no,
there.
but
You
Rook
gotta try
C3.
it.
Yeah, Rook C3 would be a dagger there. Just
Yep.
Involving the rook.
Okay, now
Okay,
Queen takes
here.
C4.
Oh,
Thank you
that's
for the
just
pawn.
Yep. Rook D3 or something.
Maybe 1.
Okay, Luan's still trying.
Yeah, but this is pretty easy. And now Noterbeck is the one up on time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he was setting up for Bishop F6 there. Unless we see a ridiculous blunder here. Rook E4, and Noterbeck has no plans to blunder, and B4 defending the pawn. He's not even giving anything away.
Yes.
He's not giving a single little morsel away to Levon. Queen C, Rook E8. Goodbye.
Well, oh yeah, no, sorry, I wasn't gonna.
Right.
Yeah, no, there's no time.
Well, you
for...
can check and take on F6 if you want. Okay, opposite.
Oh, that is nice, but this also should get Rook F8 or.
Oh, Rook F8's cool.
Many ways. Okay.
You're
this
also
is
up
fine.
a piece here, so there's no need to like.
Yeah, piece up, attack. Pretty.
Levon is somehow like.
He's still, yeah.
Ridiculous, actually, that there's no mate. And Noterbeck down at
He might
8
actually
seconds.
simplify. Yeah, he might actually simplify here with Rook H5.
What about Bishop H6 and Queen C2? And Queen
Oh,
C6.
I didn't see that. Oh, oi, nice
And
finish.
that's now it's over.
Yeah.
GH. Yeah, goodbye. You lose the queen.
GH, nice.
Rook F8. Oh, oof.
All right.
You're losing everything. Even Levon can't survive with just a queen in this position. And Noterbeck Abdusatorov, he is the slayer of the Super GMs. He's beaten Hikaru multiple times in the RCC, and now he defeats Levon in the Blitz tiebreaker. I mean, the kid is just amazing.
Yeah, great win. Obviously, I mean, he was helped by that howler by Levon, but yeah, maybe I guess Levon should have rethought that shirt. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I think if he had a Jordan Poole jersey or Stephen Curry jersey, maybe support the commentators team instead of trolling. Maybe the chess gods would have treated you better.
Yeah.
But who knows? In any case, we've got 3 of 4 matches already in the books, but now we have the match that I know everybody in the chat is very much looking forward to because some guy named Hikaru Nakamura is playing. And if you're going to miss that match, then, well, I've got a bridge to sell you. So the match will start in just a couple of moments here. I'm going to follow the players. Hikaru is online. And Jules Moussard, Jeffrey, you mentioned he's pretty chill. And I can confirm that. And, that's very important when you're playing Hikaru, because if you start panicking at the very start, then you're not going to get very far. I'm going to step away for 7 seconds. So I'll let you talk about Jules in the meantime.
Yeah, I don't know too much about him. I saw him. He was playing in Grand Swiss, usually hanging out with MVL and the other French players. But yeah, he's definitely super chill, pretty nice guy. I think we analyzed something together back in Beal, but that was the only time we kind of crossed paths.
Yeah, I've never met him in person, but he's messaged me a couple of times just randomly. He's a super nice guy. So, okay, the players are ready. We will begin the game any moment now, and Hikaru will have the black pieces. So normally Hikaru with a higher seed. Yesterday he was scuffling a little bit, but he always pulls it out in the end. When it matters, when there's qualification on the line, he will, deliver 100% of the time.
Yeah, he is so clutch. And unfortunately, I caught the bitter end of that. I think I was paired against him, and he was half point behind me. So he basically went for broke and basically got exactly what he wanted, and just played a really great game with black.
Yeah, and you know, Hikaru always says, "Oh, I'm gonna, you know, I gotta win, so I'm gonna play something really dubious." But he ends up playing like an amazing opening, blowing you off the board, and like he'll play the Dutch, and you just know you're busted in 3 seconds.
Exactly.
But I don't know much about Jules Moussard's style, or his opening repertoire. I mean, he's an amazing blitz player, that I know. He's very, very high rated. So.
Yeah, I think he normally goes e4, but he does mix it up from time to time, like with some knight f3, some English. So yeah, we'll see what he cooks up.
All right, Ketchup and Moussard, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. I really had to do that. I had to bring down the intellectual level of the conversation. We have an Italian. We have an Italian. a4. Very fashionable way to play, expanding on the queen side.
Wait, I'm looking at Jules. It's kind of interesting. He seems to be looking up, which is not typical.
Does he mount his monitor to the ceiling?
Yeah, I wonder if it's. I've never seen this actually.
He's like playing from an MRI machine. I don't know. Right, just like looking. All right.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna. Yeah, this is very standard. Maybe the most popular line nowadays in the Italian.
Yeah, and they're still blitzing out the moves. Rook b1. So is White preparing? Does White want to play b5, or does White first want to play knight c4?
I think rook b. Yeah, you generally keep some flexibility here with that rook b1 move. I think b5 is generally the idea, but you can choose when to launch.
Right. So Hikaru is not really mincing his words. He was preparing d5, and there's b5.
So now knight c4 probably.
Yeah, knight c4, I guess. I mean, I guess even b6 could be.
Yeah, b6 could be. But I think maybe Hikaru's already had some games in this line. Seems like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, probably more than one. Against like all of the super GMs, because everybody plays the Italian now. Like literally every single person.
All right, Jules also has d4 as an option, but okay. Goes knight c4.
Knight g6, and Hikaru is more or less ready to play d5 if he wants it.
Yes.
And Jules has to decide, you know, what he's doing on the queen side. He doesn't have all that much more time to accumulate. And you could go bishop e3, I guess, if you want to be peaceful.
Right. Yeah, keeping the tension. Also, ba and rook b7. I'm wondering if he's looking in that direction.
Ooh.
What do you think about that?
He is looking in that direction. Well, I think bishop c5. There might already be d4.
Yeah, this could start getting sharp.
Yeah, how does black deal with this exactly? Rook a8, maybe?
Just coolly defend it.
It's a very Hikaru-esque move.
Now maybe queen b3, set up a cheaper.
Ooh, and that is exactly. You're on the same wavelength with Mr. Moussard. Hey, I've seen. Okay, and I haven't really seen stronger players this easier stuff. I was gonna say something like I was gonna say one of those stock phrases that doesn't mean anything. But how does Hikaru defend against? I mean, rook e8.
Maybe rook e8, bishop a3. Keep making threats. No?
Yeah, insert some quote about making like 40 one-move threats, and eventually your opponent's gonna blunder something. And the problem is that also there's pressure on f7. So if the rook moves away, there might be like knight takes d6.
Darn it, Hikaru style.
Right. Right. The scouting report was wrong. They told me he would miss this stuff. Oh, is bishop b6 actually a threat?
It might be. It might be.
Like bishop a3, bishop b6. I think it is.
That's annoying, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think white is probably a way to wheel out of this somehow, like maybe even sack an exchange. But just to show everybody, the point is, in this position, you can't move the knight because your queen is hanging. So.
Right. So yeah, Jules sees it too, and he's trying to find a good way to deal with that.
Well, the funny thing is bishop e3, yeah, still go
still.
Bishop e6. Right. Only against Hikaru do you have like a situation like this where you can't defend against Like that
So
idea.
weird.
He does play bishop e3.
He sees something. Oh, what does he see? I don't actually see it. Bishop b6.
Maybe
Wait, and
it's just an
Hikaru
exchange
also.
sack.
He's making that face. Yeah, he's making the face like, wait, what am I missing?
Right, exactly. I mean, clearly missing something here, but you know, you got to figure out what it is now. You know, actually, I think with bishop b7, just win the exchange here. Right. I think Jules actually just might want to sack with rook takes b6, knight b6, and then just play like a5.
a5 and c4, yeah.
I don't love that though. I feel like in a rapid game, it just takes a lot of fuel to sustain compensation like that.
It does, but the weird part is like there was no good way to stop it. I think, really, like,
right?
There was no good way.
Yes, short of there's bishop b6, and yeah. Okay, so we have the exchange sack for a pawn.
Yeah, I think you should throw an a5. Yep.
And maybe throw in c4 and then just start moving your knight around towards c3.
I think that's the way to go. Yeah. And can Black start something himself?
Is d5 an idea?
Yeah. I mean, as white, I would have.
D5
in a heartbeat. Wait, why is he allowing
Jules
this?
blundered
he blundered. Okay.
Oh, and yeah, that's it. I think
You're
it's
not
over.
going to get away with that. I think it is too, because once the diagonal opens, like knight comes to f4. Oh, geez.
But Jules had to ask himself what the threat was. He was just, barreling down, the path that he had charted out, and that's it. He takes d5, knight d5, and Black gets decisive activity. Well, that was fast.
I mean, c4, honestly, it felt automatic to me. Like, even whether or not you see d5, it seems like you always need that move.
Right. Yeah, and when Hikaru makes that face, you're lost. When he's surprised at what you're doing, it's like, it probably means what you're doing is terrible. So.
Yeah, maybe, I guess.
There's just nothing white can do here.
I guess the lesson is don't play for cheap tricks against Hikaru.
Yeah, it did look very good. Like rook
it
b7,
did.
queen
It
b3.
really did. I mean, I can't blame him. I was on the exact same thought process there.
Would there not be this idea of bishop b6, then we would be having a different kind of conversation.
True.
But there was, and we're having this conversation about how lost
Is there
white
any
is.
way to fight on? I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe you take and move the queen somewhere.
Take.
Queen c.
Move the queen.
Yeah, because I don't even have a discovery just yet. I can't even make one.
Yeah, you've been pinned on the b file this whole game. It's like, if it's not the queen, it's the rook. So no, I think resigning is already becoming a possibility here. He does take on d5. Yeah, I mean, nothing remains of white's compensation here. Crazy how things can change like that in just one move, right? d5 is played and the whole landscape of the position changes.
Yeah, like c4, and I think the engine was saying white has sufficient compensation, but allow it, and that's it. And I don't know what to suggest. I don't know what to say.
Knight d2. No, still knight f4.
But yeah, the issue is, I mean, you move the knight on g6 and that frees the rook. So for sure you're getting mated once all that comes in.
That queen on b7 is so perfectly positioned. It's how it's pinning the queen and it's aiming at g2. Like the combination of the rook and the queen is really the driving force behind Black's massive initiative here.
Right. I mean, you make that point. I feel like the players like Hikaru, I don't know if they're lucky in a sense where their pieces are always like perfectly positioned, but it's probably something to do with just, their natural feel and intuition.
Yeah, no, you're on the money. And when you play Blitz with Hikaru, you always, when you're calculating a line and at the end of the line, there's like a pawn that happens to be on a6, stopping a queen from getting to b5, which would have won the game. But of course, that pawn is like, and if it needs to be on a7, boom, it's all of a sudden it's on a7 again. Like there's always that one little obstacle that makes every line fail.
Totally, yeah.
When you play Hikaru, so many times, you come to dread that sensation.
Yeah, it almost
Every
feels
piece
like
is in the right place.
feels like they're doing some sort of black magic or something.
Yeah, I've said
man.
that phrase so many times on stream, and some people say, "Oh, are you just calling him lucky?" Like, no, it's it's impressive. It's like you'll get it if you play him, kind of thing.
Yeah. So I think knight h4, rook g6 just looks overwhelming.
Knight gf4, yeah.
Or knight h4, I said. Knight
h4, knight h4, yeah.
Oh, there is one thing going for Jules, which is on rook g6, maybe you can go like knight takes d5 and have a fork at them, but even that endgame is probably dead last.
Yeah, not that endgame offers too much relief. I can show that's a cool detail. So let's say just make a random move, king f1 and then knight d5, queen b3. There's an intermediate check, or you can take first, but yeah, I mean, yeah, this endgame is hopeless as well. So Hikaru taking his time. He's got possibilities. I guess you could also go knight f4.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that either. Either knight even.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Plenty of time too.
He's good at managing it when he knows that a few more precise moves should end the game. He takes his time.
Yeah, and that's another thing that you feel when you're playing them, and he does play knight h4. It's that you feel like they have an infinite amount of time. It's like when you've got 30 seconds, it evaporates instantly. When Hikaru has 30 seconds, he stretches it out, and it never ends. It's unbelievable.
Has he? I don't think he's ever even flagged. I've never seen him flag.
Yeah, it's crazy. And by the way, we do have a very short interview with the winner of our very first quarterfinal, Vladimir Fedoseev, and we will keep the live position on during the interview, so don't worry. You will be able to still keep watching the game. The interview is just a minute long, so let's hear Vladimir Fedoseev's thoughts upon his round 1 victory against Malikov with Spenny Thompson.
Spenny Thompson here with Chess.com, here with Fedoseev. Congratulations on an incredible win.
Thank you, Spencer.
Yeah, I've heard had some intel that you're not playing at home right now. You're abroad. Tell me, does that make a difference not being in your home space and being at a hotel or somewhere else?
I'm not in a hotel right now. I'm actually rented flat here in Spain at Masquerade. It's a very nice place with a beach and incredible view.
Do you think the nice weather, the sunshine helps to calm your nerves and get you in a good mood for chess?
Yeah, actually, I was a bit too relaxed before tournament, and that's why I went to the game late. I just had a meeting with my friends, and I wrongly thought that we begin at 7 p.m. Local time, but it was not all right. And so I choose the most solid approach in this case.
Yeah. All right. Cool as a cucumber. All right. We'll bring it back to the Rapid Chess Championship with Danya and Jeffrey.
Darn it. That interfered in my apple eating routine. That was a cool interview with Vladimir Fedoseev. In the meantime, Hikaru continues to finish off his effort against Jules Moussard.
Wait, so if I understood that right, he's playing an event in Spain, or is it for the candidates? What is?
I think he's there permanently now.
Oh, he lives there. Okay,
I'm pretty sure I'm not totally positive, but I like how Jules didn't recapture that knight on b6. But yeah, I think he's there for the foreseeable future.
Okay, so Jules has some tricky tricks in mind. 97 AB, rook b6, bishop h6.
Oh, takes, and bishop takes h6. Your men black and resign. Right. All right, now, all right, I blundered it. All right, you win. Yeah, there is knight g6 here. No, and that's the depressing thing. It's like no matter what you do, it's still completely winning. And I think Hikaru is going to go down that line.
He might, yeah. Wait, has Hikaru ever blundered against you? Because it feels like I've never seen him blunder against me.
No, even in 3-minute blitz, maybe like once or twice in 500 games. I've never seen anybody who blunders less. I mean, it's uncanny.
It's truly insane.
And by blunder, we don't just mean one move blunder, like any calculation mistake ever. It's like it never happens.
Yeah, and yeah, he's not even giving any bishop h6 nonsense, just queen
Nope.
c6.
And he probably said it that way. There's some shenanigans, bishop h6. You're just gonna stop that,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Queen c6 and rook b6 is coming. Why did the eval bar drop a little bit? I don't understand that.
I guess
Okay,
there's
Jules trying to
something
keep
even
pieces
more.
on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, few good ways I think here for Hikaru. Maybe I want to somehow activate my knight, and then that should really end matters. But how to do it is the question.
Well, what if you start with rook g6?
Right, rook g6, queen e2.
What a pest.
Yeah. It's not as
Yeah, I was
easy as I
thinking about
want it to be.
Knight f5 anyway, but why bog yourself down in the complications? Queen b7, queen d1.
Oh, this is
Jules-
nice, and now you can jump in.
Oh, now you've got paradise awaiting you on h4 or d4, depending on what white does. Or you could start with rook g6.
Yeah, queen b7 again, a really nice move because rook b1 is threatened. That's why Jules felt he had to stop that. And yeah, this is perfect harmony yet again.
Yeah, I think as violinists in the chat is saying, I think it is fair to say that Magnus blunders more than Hikaru in Blitz. Now, that doesn't mean Magnus is a worse Blitz player. I know this will probably set the chat on fire for the rest of the commentary, but in terms of just the quantity of 2 or 3 move blunders, I think Hikaru is unmatched in terms of the infrequency of those. So,
yeah.
Even compared to the world champion. Not that Magnus blunders a lot. He does not. Okay, well, this is just over.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to hold on to everything.
It's just one of those things where you're chasing the remaining Brussels sprouts around on your plate, and you're going to lose, but you don't really want to resign yet. You have to go through the routine of trying to create chances when you really know nothing's going to happen.
That is a great analogy. I like that.
Or the peas, I think that's what I imagine.
Perhaps more commonly on the plate, but same idea. Yeah.
Queen f1. Yeah.
Okay, so now
underrated.
I don't think Hikaru will want to even trade c4a. I mean, he obviously could, and he's winning, but he might look for a way to win it cleanly.
Yep, and you called it rook dc5 without giving away the a pawn, and then we might see resignation right here. I think.
I think so.
Nope.
Oh no, he's gonna try.
Yeah.
Queen d8, just not giving him anything.
It's funny. I'm a very late resigner in Blitz, but not over the board. Over the board, I think I resign early to average, but people just tend to think I played on mate every game because of Blitz.
So, he does give it.
Whoa.
I guess.
Okay.
Unless does he have knight h4?
Does he have trick? No, but knight h4, knight h4. And then I pretend to play. Pretend like I've accomplished something. Now, knight and 3 versus rook and 3. I know that's winning. Is that really easy?
I think so. Yeah, I think
because I know the plan with bishop and 3 against rook and 3.
I think actually usually bishop is a more stubborn defender. I think against the rook, but knight will be too easy. Like you're just going to be able to bring the king up.
Yeah, you don't even need a Dvoretsky, tutorial. You just push pawns and move your king up.
Yeah.
But knight and 3 versus rook and 2 is already a draw most cases.
Yes, correct.
Still, good job by Jules. I mean, he's kept himself in the game for a lot longer than I thought he would. Oh, there is a trick. G6, knight f3. And if rook c1, king h2, queen f2, I play queen f4.
You have some sort of triple attack there.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Knight g5, queen f7, and queen c1. I know Jules. He's going to do it. Or I don't know him, but I feel like he's going to play
But he's still going to do it. Yeah.
Is Hikaru thinking about f5?
How would that work?
How does that work? Yeah. I don't think it does. I'm not sure what he's thinking about.
Wait. Is he worried about g6, knight g6? Wait a second. Oh my gosh, wait.
Oh my goodness. Wait a moment. G6, knight G6. No, black has to have a win here. Rook C1 and Rook E1?
You can go... Okay.
No, but now Queen F... No.
Wait, how about like Queen C2 or something?
Yeah, you're right. And because you're winning the F2 pawn. Great call. And Hikaru does play G6.
Pawns are split now. It's still winning, but pawns are split. So I have a feeling Hikaru on stream is shaking his head like, why did I allow this? You know?
Hikaru's going to be... And Hikaru holds himself to the incredibly high standards. So even when he's winning and he's not happy with his technique, he... Yeah,
what's wrong with this order, though?
Yeah, what is wrong with this order? Is it queen?
Wait, why did you need the rook on c1? This doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't make any sense to me either. Is there some sort of ridiculous queen d4 move? King g6?
Or, wait. I'm thinking, can you keep the queens on? Like knight f8,
yeah, well, that makes sense.
Oh, queen e7. What do you play?
Oh, knight e6 is threatened, and that's a fork. Oh my god.
Well, you can go to g8 in this position.
Knight d7.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Knight
wow.
f6,
Okay.
and now it's drawn.
Yeah, this is a draw, but I mean, still a lot to be played here.
Still, I mean, Hikaru will squeeze every single chance out of this because now he's mad. Jeffrey, this is insane. How did he do that? And that's why you needed the rook on c1, but that might have been a mistake for Jules. Now his knight is trapped.
Oh, wait a second.
King g3 was a terrible move.
Oh, yeah. Can the knight get back around? I don't think so. King f6?
Yeah, now the knight is sort of stranded.
Yeah, you're going to get cut off. Knight 5, rook c4. Or rook b2 even. But...
So I guess king f3?
Yeah, but king e6. Oh, and then knight b5. Okay, so... But
even there, rook c4.
Yeah, you're never out of the woods.
I think it's lost.
It probably is.
Wow, that...
Wait, what did he... Can you backtrack? What should he... There was another way to do it? Or?
Well, there was... I mean, G4...
Oh, G4 is...
Rook e2, rook e2.
Oh, rook e2. Okay.
No, but there must have been a move here. I mean...
King G1?
Even F3, I think, is okay.
Oh, is it? That looks...
I think it's a lot better... But I think it's a lot better to weaken your structure and keep your knight close to your chest than
That's
to...
True.
Yeah, but I understand why he didn't play it. I totally get that. Still, it's not over. Knight b5. Although king e5. He goes knight e8. That knight is very jumpy. Oh, and now knight g7. Can he evacuate? Or is it f4?
F4, I think you have to try. Knight g7.
And then king f6.
Yeah, knight still has nowhere to go.
Oh, but you can go back to e8 there.
Ah, so maybe you don't get trapped. That's weird. I feel like it should be trapped.
Yeah. Goes king f3. Keeping the tension and making space for the knight to walk
that's
back
nice.
to g3.
Very nice. Wow, this knight is a rascal.
It really is. It's amazing. And you can't go rook c7, obviously, because the knight was controlling that square.
Okay.
Hikaru repeats moves, or will he
Wait,
go up
king
to
f6,
f6?
g4. This allows g4, right? Or no?
Yeah, I think g4 just draws.
Wow.
And Hikaru just lost his mind there.
Yeah, and I read a comment in chat. Like, we said Hikaru never blunders, but that's what we call commentator's curse, or what is that?
Oh, totally. Yeah. So Hikaru can blame us. Okay, don't go king d5.
Wow, what an epic save by Jules.
And Hikaru's going to try, but this is a dead draw at this point. I mean, do you just go back and forth? Knight c4, knight f5, is that the most efficient?
I think so, yeah.
Or knight g7, knight f5?
I just wouldn't put it on h5 because there's no reason to put the knight on the edge.
Yeah, that's how you lose. You get your king pushed off and knight g3. Oh!
Nice.
Whoa, and now...
Wait a minute, Hikaru.
Now white's pushing. I've never seen this. Is ridiculous. King f2?
It is. Okay, try. King f2.
No, you got to try. Knight f5.
Yeah, now make him work. Make him sweat.
I mean, this is a dead draw, but still. The fact that white is pushing here is unreal.
It is. Wait. Okay. It's still okay.
Yeah, king
Block
e6,
it?
rook a6, king f3. I thought he should have gone king f3.
Yeah. Go. Come back. Keep
He
trying.
definitely should go king f3. I think he's gonna offer a draw.
All right. Fair enough.
Unbelievable. Wow. And the bad news is for Jules is that now you're facing Hikaru with the black pieces in a blitz game. That's your reward for pulling off an absolute miracle. But Jules is an amazing blitz player. He's got a shot here.
And now psychologically, I mean, obviously, it's going to be tough for Hikaru after blowing this. He's got to shake it off as quick as he can.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Hikaru is incredibly good at that. I think that's one of his strengths, and people think that's one of his weaknesses. I disagree with that. I think, on stream, he can get very mad. I mean, who doesn't? But, he lets that go verbally, but then on the inside, he doesn't really tilt in his play. I think you'll co-sign that.
Yeah, it does. Although I think I've seen you put him on tilt, I have to say.
Once or twice in 3 or 4 years. Right. So b3, e6. Okay, so Hikaru going back to his vintage double fianchetto setup. And the Frenchman going for an early a5. So that's, viable continuation.
Yep, I've definitely seen that. Keeps going.
All the way to a3, probably.
Do you go? Yeah, do you go all the way down?
I never know, because then I'm always afraid that it will backfire and I'll lose that pawn. It's like a finger that I'll just get chopped off at some point.
I feel you, yeah.
Whoa.
b5, okay.
Oh, a3? Now a3.
Yeah, but why?
Bishop c3, b4.
Right, he's going to have to go to c1, so I like the way this is transpiring. Wait, he's giving up the bishop? Okay.
Well, he's going to have to, or does he want to induce c5 first?
Maybe, yeah.
No, but then I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe just taking d4 or taking rook c1. Wait. I would have taken immediately, but...
Hikaru wants to leave the bishop on e5 so that the knight jumps in and attacks c6. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Sure, yeah, I understand.
And now he can save the bishop with bishop a1, and I think he will. Hikaru likes his dark squared bishop in these types of positions.
That's clever.
Well done there by Hikaru, and he averted what could have been serious problems there out of the opening. Now I think it's about equal.
Okay,
maybe Jewel getting his queen out.
I feel like it's actually easier to play for white, because maybe you just double on the c file, and as black, if you push one of the pawns, you'll weaken the structure.
Yeah, and you've bitten off perhaps more than you can chew on the queen side, and I think that's what you're saying.
I don't know how much of a trump will that be to have the pawn on a3.
Well, there's your plan. Rook c2 and rook fc1 is coming, and all right, bishop back to b7, defending c6, and now we have a serious standoff on the c file, and who's going to prevail here?
I'm wondering about e4. Do you go e4 here or not?
Yeah, very interesting move. And then I guess if I play d4 and try to go knight c5.
Yeah, hard to judge who that favors.
Exactly. Maybe a move like h3. I feel like Hikaru likes to keep the tension with moves like that in these types of positions. I was thinking about d4, but I mean, closing up the bishop is a huge price to pay.
That's the issue, yes.
95, so kind of a typical move in such positions.
Okay, so probably knight d7 and just retreats.
Does black want to play bishop f6 and trade dark squared bishops?
I think not, because then your move d4 will be good.
Great point.
So yeah, I think he's got to sit tight here. Maybe e5 is an option.
I completely agree with you. I think this is a positional mistake.
Right, so take
d4 is coming. And exactly, that you don't want to eliminate the main drawback of a certain move that otherwise would have been really good. Now the eval bar seems to think that black is fine. Maybe bishop a6?
Or c5. Can you get in c5 here?
You need to calculate it. c5, cd.
Yeah, cd.
cd. All right, I'm going to leave this to the experts. I'm going to leave this to the resident 2700s.
Yeah, I think knight c4 there, and
Okay,
yeah,
some chances for black, some chances for white. Okay, unclear. Right.
Because there's an issue. You know what? You can't actually take on e6 in that line because there's always d3.
Oh.
Key point. Oh, and he sees it. Jules sees it.
Okay, position unclear. Let's go to bar. Yes, okay. Enough calculation. Okay. Game is adjourned. And his c5 is played. Now this is spicy.
Yeah, and Hikaru is shaking his head.
Hikaru is just not in a great headspace right now after that last game.
But that was actually really somehow unfortunate because we were also saying like d4, white's now got a great position, but somehow, yeah, that.
Well, if white had just one more tempo, then, you know, if white could prevent c5, it's very concrete. Positionally, yes, white improves, but tactically, this works out for black. And we're going to see this line, and Hikaru is down on the clock 30 seconds.
Oh my gosh. He's got to be careful here. Maybe trade all the rooks.
Now, you were saying, Jeffrey, knight c4, where does the queen go?
I would go to a6, yeah.
Right, and you pin the knight.
So I think this is correct by Hikaru. But wait, I would have traded rooks. So now you're in a pin, right?
Wait a minute. Queen a6, d takes c6?
And d3 there. Yeah.
Oh, you said that, right?
Yeah. Wait, I don't
get the idea of d3. What, queen takes d3?
Well, my rook was on d8. Yeah. Anyway. So.
Oh, before. Okay. Bishop a6. Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say the pin feels like it has to be a nuisance for white.
As is the clock. And knight takes b6, rook takes c1 intermezzo, and that's out of the question.
Wait, Hikaru's in trouble here.
I believe so as well.
Simply, what do you do? Okay, rook c2.
Now you got to move the queen. Knight takes b6 is a threat, or at least address the problem.
Yeah. Where do you? Oh, there's again queen d8 with the same idea as I.
Oh, your idea of d3, and he finds it. Oh my God, Hikaru's in big trouble here.
Because ed knight 5 is just so nasty, but you might have to.
Well, ed, there's ed.
Oh, even worse. Okay.
And now de.
Wait, he's just losing a pawn here, right?
Well, but not immediately though, right? Oh, maybe even immediately. Just bishop c4 and queen d6. Oh, my lands, and queen d1 is a fork threat.
Oh no, now he can even block on c5. Oh, this is
easy. And knight d7, knight e5, and Hikaru was completely lost now. And he needs the same miracle that Jules had in the last game.
He does. Oh,
he's laying it on. Look at this.
Jules is feeling it right now.
I mean, Jules senses that this is a golden opportunity. He cannot let this slip. He's up a minute on the clock. He needs to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, and Hikaru, he's in complete disbelief. He's
dead. He's totally dead here. Bishop a6, maybe?
Yeah, you protect c4, but then, I mean... Okay, he's trying to at least play for mate.
You got to do what you got to do here, but queen b6 pins the bishop.
Oh, man.
And it's over.
Well, he's still going to give some checks.
Yeah, it's never over, of course.
I guess king can run to f5, like queen b7, and then run up. Yeah, run up in some.
Yeah, it's perfectly safe because f7 is protected, and Jules very wisely taking his time here.
Just making sure, and
king f6, easy. Oh,
I think this also is okay, because wait, can black also start to mate white?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, f5. That is.
Oh, queen f6.
Queen f6. Wait, queen e4. I guess.
There has to be
queen
mate
d8.
here.
Okay, wait a minute.
Maybe queen d4. No. Oh, rook c4.
Oh, he's just seeing everything.
He really is, and now knight e2, king h2, and Hikaru still.
Can you wait? Can you take on g3 in that position? That's maybe the most clear cut.
Oh, you just blast through the gates on the king side.
Right. I don't actually see anything.
Rook d4.
Wait,
what
g4.
A move.
G4 fg. There's nothing. Yeah.
And then hg. I play rook takes g4, not king takes g4, because then you take with check, and Hikaru's going to lose.
Wow.
And a fist bump from Jules Moussard betrays a smile, and that was one of the most unbelievable matches we've seen in a long time in the RCC.
Insane turnaround. I mean, you often see Hikaru doing this to other people, not the other way around.
That's exactly right. And Hikaru has done this to other people in the last couple of weekends, and it's going to be a very painful loss for him. The good news for Hikaru is he's got a 30-something point lead atop the Grand Prix leaderboard. So in terms of the actual results, this is far from a tragedy, but a massive result for the French Grandmaster, and he's going to hold his head up high going into the semifinals. Well, the first 4 matches are concluded, and ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing some amazing action. You do not want to go anywhere. Keep your seatbelts fastened. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. A short break, and then the semifinals coming right up in a couple of minutes.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, and the quarterfinals are in the books. We're looking at the bracket here. We've got 4 players still standing, and we've got Fedoseev and Andreikin and Abdusatorov against Jules Moussard, fresh off an unbelievable defeat of Hikaru Nakamura. Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang, what did we just see?
I mean, it's first Levon and then Hikaru. It's been an absolute crazy start to this knockout, and I'm expecting more.
And I think Hikaru did just get off a plane. I think he's in Madrid, so understandable that he was not totally up to his form, but that takes nothing away from Jules Moussard's absolutely unbelievable resilience, and he will try to make it count. This is his very first appearance in a Sunday knockout. Imagine if he goes all the way and wins, but he still has a couple of very minor hurdles to cross, such as the world rapid champion and, Fedoseev. They're not very good. Oh, and Andreikin, too, defeating Raunak from that position. Let's not forget about that either.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget, and that's what we have next up. I think Big Fish taking on Andreikin. What are you expecting to see here?
Well, that's kind of like an unstoppable force, meeting an immovable object. Both players very gifted in the attack, but Fedoseev's opening repertoire is, at least most of the time, is just more dynamic to begin with. But he's recently been playing the Catalan, and he likes knight f3 on move 1. And I've been close friends with him for a very long time, and it's been incredible to just watch him grow as an attacker and as a Shirov type dynamic player. He's so fun to watch.
He is very, very fun. And I think Andreikin maybe threw in a little bit of a surprise. He rarely fianchettos his bishop.
Yeah, now that I think about it, he's not really a Grunfeld type structure player, right?
No, he's not. But this line, it does have an extremely solid reputation. Fedoseev playing a4, very offbeat line.
Yeah, typical Vladimir. a4. Capablanca would have a stroke if he saw this move. I mean, it's like on the weakening b4, right?
Yeah, his concept is okay. On dc4 now, he can just easily regain the pawn with knight a3 or knight e5, and there's no b5. But Andreikin, probably he won't take on c4.
So what does black usually do here? I always, in these positions, I'm afraid to get my bishop out because of the possibility of queen b3, but obviously black can meet that with queen b6 most of the time.
Yeah, and so Andreikin decides a5 makes a lot of sense, get the b4 square, and probably we will see cd. But he takes with the knight, which is interesting.
I'm a little surprised. Yeah, I mean, he really insists on the Grunfeld structure here, and in the Grunfeld, you normally don't want your pawn on c6, but because the b4 pawn is weak, the knight can find alternate arrangements.
Right, yeah, I see his concept, but I'm also not sure. Like, if I play e4, and then on the next move, probably h3, just to stop bishop g4, and if I, consolidate that center, white's for choice here.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a pretty good choice by Fedoseev, a fresh position, as he takes his time trying to figure out whether to develop his knight or to play the move h3. So he decides to go knight c3. Maybe he's orienting... No, that doesn't really work.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this, because I remember that in general, black, when you get the structure, they want to trade knights. So like when white offers it himself, those Queen's Indian where white goes knight 3, black always jumps knight e4, so it kind of reminds me of this. And normally white should try and keep peas on the board with more space, but also Andreikin doesn't really care what I have to say. He doesn't trade either.
He goes knight d5 to b4, entrenching the knight on the outpost, and of course white does not have the equivalent outpost because of the pawn on c6. And probably we're going to see either h3 or bishop f4. And we just got a position. Probably.
Yeah, I like h3 because if you rush with e4, maybe bishop g4, bishop e3, and you allow a bit of unnecessary pressure. So it does go for bishop f4.
Now there's bishop g4, knight e5. Although sometimes you induce that move and then drop back to e6. I feel like that's in Andreikin's style to do something like that.
Yeah, I've definitely seen that idea. Because again, like I said, I feel black he wants to trade off at least one set of minor pieces just to kind of free it up a touch. And then maybe d4 becomes weak, like if we do trade those knights.
You know, I quite like Black's position. I think Black holds the long-term positional advantages here. You've got the outpost, you've got the pressure on the d4 pawn, and White's bishop on g2, you know, leaves a lot to be desired. So the pawn on c6 is a lot better than I initially gave it credit for.
The one thing I see an idea that I like for Andreikin, I think. So I was gonna say I'm worried about kind of where to put the knights, the knight on b8, because if you go through a6, the knights step on each other's toes. So I'm trying to, you know, maybe bishop g4, and if I can get knight d7, then I have ideas of bishop f3 and e5.
So you like bishop g4 here, and he plays.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think we're gonna see knight e5, bishop e6. Because Fedoseev is very principled, and he goes knight e5, and there it is. And for a lot of people, I think this might be a odd idea, right? Because why would you invite the knight onto a central square? What you have to understand, if you're in the chat and you're confused, is that Black is going to go knight d7, and the knights are going to make contact. And as you explained, Jeffrey, Black wants to trade a pair of minor pieces, and of course connect the rooks as well.
And now for Fedoseev, you kind of have to come up with something.
So if you just play nonchalantly, queen d2, knight d7, and then you're like, let me trade, you're going to fall into a really bad position really fast.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, rook d1 even runs into bishop b3. So there are concrete problems.
He played queen d2, but now he drops his knight back to f3, and I think that's the correct decision.
Agree. And bishop h6 is a good idea for sure.
Now, does Black want to take time out of his life to stop it? Is that enough of a priority?
Very good, very tough question, I would say. Andreikin does. Maybe he has knight c4 now.
But queen c1.
Yes, but queen c1.
Right.
Actually, because if the dark bishops come off, that really does improve White's position quite a bit.
You have to play bishop h6 here, because you might not get another chance. I feel like, and he does. And that knight on b6, it doesn't really have a clear home, because as you said, if you go to d5, the knights are kind of stumbling on each other's toes, and White can go knight e4.
Yeah, or even e4 there might be good.
Yeah, and in the event of a trade, your knight is kicked off of b4. That's out of the question.
Yeah, so ball back in Andreikin's court here. Trying to see knight c4, queen c1. I'm trying to do something like bishop g4. Is this
okay? I guess I'll trade.
But yeah, it looks really like I'm flailing, kind of.
Yeah, well, the pieces don't really have anchor pawns, so one little I'll breathe, and they'll start falling by the wayside.
Yes.
I've soured on Andreikin's position a little bit.
Yeah, this actually, really, the dark square bishops trade makes a huge impact.
Yeah, time to start thinking about a draw offer. And there's knight c4.
It worked for him the first time.
Yeah, it did. And okay, so bishop.
Yeah, he's gonna try this.
I mean, following Jeffrey Shang's advice, can never go wrong with that.
Usually, maybe. But okay, but like you said, like I was gonna say it's favorable for favorable for Black to trade bishop for knight, but even that position looks unpleasant. White will put the knight on c5.
Yeah, exactly, and you're gonna gain a bunch of tempi in doing so, attacking the knight on c4. And I like rook d1. I think it's important to solidify this pawn first.
Oh wait, you might be able to go knight e4 here, like tactically.
Let's investigate that. Knight e4 takes, and what you're saying is that if Black takes, you're going to lose the knight after rook d1. Very good. And that would mean that Black has to move the knight away, and then, as you're saying, you could go knight c5 and maybe even e3 if you want to defend the pawn that way.
Right.
Although I like rook d1 because that gives you the possibility of e4.
Yeah, it does feel like you keep more flexibility this way.
Queen b6 in response. Rook d1 was played. And it looks like the time is ripe for knight e4.
Knight e4, I guess I'll go knight d6.
Knight c5.
Yeah.
And then I guess rook d8.
Yep. Oh wait, you have to. Is there knight e5? You have to be careful. I don't think it quite works, but maybe.
Knight c5, rook d8, knight e5.
Yeah.
With Forkovich ideas.
Forkovich, exactly. The thing is, even if you win the exchange, I don't know how happy you are. Maybe it's because e-pawn is important.
But bishop e2, I'll go like rook e1 first, and I feel like the combined pressure on e7, I'd be pretty happy. I mean, you don't have to win it. Just give me the exchanges. I'm okay with that. And for that reason, I think he goes rook f d8. Yes. But the king is a little bit iffy now. So maybe knight e5 anyway. That's Fedoseev style. I'm telling you. He's thinking about it.
Knight e5, bishop e2. Wait, show me the money. What?
The money will be shown later. Rook e1.
Okay.
First, let's party.
Ace.
Knight.
Wait, the eval agrees with you completely. Okay.
Okay, I guess knight.
Oh, but not with that move because I taken on d4. Okay. Wait, but what does it see? Oh no! Wait, is there knight f7 or something? Wait. Is there really?
No, but you're okay. We're warm. I mean, maybe queen
g5 maybe. Yes, maybe. No. No. Oh, knight g. No.
We're thinking both about like knight c6, knight g6. But I think Fedoseev is probably thinking about this position instead. Maybe knight g4.
But knight f5.
Finally, it's and
rook bishop. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
And he's played queen g5, so not quite. Boo.
Yeah, so I was gonna say these once we see bishop f3, bishop f3, you could resemble this type of thing you could get in Catalan, which is very common actually in the main line of a Catalan. And okay, white is always slightly better, but black is rock solid.
So is knight f5 the best way to defend? Because you ideally want to chase this queen away ASAP.
Oh yeah, knight f5 that would probably force e3. And then I'm wondering, do you have some tactical ideas? e5 or...
Oh, and the queen is a little bit stuck there also.
Yeah, it is. Oh, maybe no, knight f5, can you go something else? Wait.
I was thinking
see what
about,
I'm trying
like,
to do, right?
I was thinking about g4, but I'm skeptical.
No, maybe g4. It should work. I think it should work. Yes, g4.
G4, and then if knight d4, you play queen e7 and this massive.
Oh wait, I was thinking rook d4.
Oh, and queen e5. No, of course, you're absolutely right.
Well, that's not the end of the line. There's knight c2.
Oh.
Okay, wait. So bishop e4 it's a similar version.
But this time it defends c2.
Yeah, that is.
So just to show everybody in the chat, knight d4, rook d4, and very well spotted by Jeffrey. Queen e5, picking up the rook again.
And h6, just queen f4 should be okay.
H6, queen f4, and then maybe knight d5, queen e5. How does black deal with this pesky initiative here? Maybe you go h6 and knight d6, but then still queen e5.
Yeah, I think you more or less have to go something like that.
Okay, h6 has been played. Queen f4 is box. Okay. And I'll throw a trivia question out to the chat. Where does that expression come from? The word, when I say queen f4 is box, that means only move, but what is the etymology of that? Let's see who can who knows their chess history and who's older than 17. Okay, so knight d5.
Yeah, so technically I guess this move does work.
Oh, does he want f6 after queen e5?
He might, yeah. But wait, how does this work? Rook d5? What is going on here? Like e4? What is
e4?
No, knight d4 I go.
Oh my god, and you're threatening a fork on e2.
Yeah, rook d4, rook c5. I'm up a clean pawn.
That's amazing. Now, you could also play cd, but there I could understand why Fedoseev is going for this. I think he missed rook d5. e4, and if we bring up the analysis board here, knight takes d4, threatening a fork. And if you say, oh, let me resort back to the old idea, no, rook takes c5, and black emerges a pawn up with more threats coming. Dimitri, I think, senses the importance of the moment here.
Yeah, I think he's definitely calculating that line. But oh wait, he missed something. Okay, so now I was thinking, I want to get a rook on b3, but I don't think I can do it right away. So maybe just queen. It starts with g4.
And by the way, Kran Kenna got it. It is from Chess Informant, which had a series of symbols to quickly illustrate certain things, and box meant only move. So.
Oh, now I get. Wait, I should know it as well. I didn't get that at first, but.
Oh no, cool. Yeah, no, I kind of grew. Like, I touched the last bit of informants. They still come out, but they're not central anymore. But on ChessBase, you also have that symbol.
Okay, so this knight is really taking a weird step. What's it doing over there?
Yes, it is. You're asking $1 million question. The
Okay, I guess.
C5. Ooh.
Yeah, rook a3 is the idea that I had in mind. And if queen b2, what's happening?
Could it be rook e3?
Oh, wow.
I mean, the attack rolls out pretty fast there.
So, yeah, that would maybe even force rook e8. But then feels like, I mean, at the very least, you can go queen e5, takes on d5.
And he does take on b2, so we're about to find out. Yeah, I agree. At least queen e5, queen d5. Or maybe you can induce g5 first.
Yeah, I don't know if that actually helps, because then the knight would get the square in g6.
You're correct, yeah.
I do like your move rook e3, because, I mean, you should defend e2.
And it comes with tempo, which is a very important added bonus. Now, are there alternatives? What is Fedoseev contemplating? Rook b3, queen e2 is out of the question.
Yeah, he's thinking about queen e5, I think, yeah.
And he plays it. So he does probably want to go rook b3.
But then queen c2.
Right. And then,
I don't know.
Can I trap your queen somehow? No.
He's gonna try.
Queen c2.
Okay,
probably
I guess you double.
Forced.
Oh, he really is just playing for domination here.
Well, the queen doesn't have an easy way out. Neither does the knight.
And
amazing.
Wait, the pawns are also dropping like flies.
Yes, they are. Rook takes b7, d5. And I think you called it. Putting that knight on h4 was a very questionable decision. Now he tries to extricate it, which is probably the right decision. You need that knight in the game.
Yeah, great move. Very important. So you can't take on e7 on account of rook e8. And at least rook b7, knight g6. This knight makes its way to f4.
Is there knight e... No. Not yet.
I like where your head is at, though. You should... Wait, why is that bad?
Well, takes and king h8.
Oh, you mean you have queen h7? Okay.
Right. But it has to be considered. And okay, but rook b2.
Oh, good inclusion, I think. So if you don't want to go queen h7, probably.
And if you go queen c4, then already maybe knight e6 becomes a serious possibility.
Right, yeah, now that the queen is not able to help out its king. Oh, but he does do it. Okay. Does this work? Wait a second. This is very interesting.
Knight e6, there's also f6.
Okay, but I wouldn't be worried about that as white.
But why not? Because f6 you have to go back to e3, and then I go.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess you take on b7 on the next move.
Yeah, I see a very nice knight there. So wait, knight e6, fe, queen e6, king. Where do you go even?
No, there's no moves because just to show everybody in the chat, if you go to the 7th ring, queen e7 and rook b7, and it's time to administer the last rites.
I think he has to find it because otherwise knight g6 and black should be okay.
Right. This is, the opportunity train will come again.
Oh, there's also rook b6, which makes a lot of sense too. Hold on.
Oh, prophylaxis.
Yeah.
Huh.
That would probably force rook d6.
Yes, but rook d6 looks pretty effective.
Oh, that's actually quite strong. Yeah, rook d6.
Because e2 will hang in the end, which is always a problem, which has been a problem for white for a while now.
Yeah, and rook b7, you go knight g6. Wait, what is this though? Knight g6? Not sure what he... Okay, I guess.
So he just wants to regroup here and play the long game.
Wait a minute. Is e5 something to consider, or?
I was thinking about that too. E5, DE, D4.
Well,
Queen
I think
D3.
I would take on g4 if you allow me.
Oh my god. Yeah, I totally saw that was hanging.
e5, I'm wondering like queen f3. That's the drawback. And then what is maybe I can't quite get away with it.
Knight f4?
Yeah, I was hoping knight f4, e3. Oh, e4.
E4.
Maybe I do get away with it then.
Yeah, e5 looks like a very good attempt to wrest the initiative from White's hands, especially.
Wait, rook c1. It's not quite trapping the queen, but it's close.
Yeah, I mean queen d4.
No,
Oh
I
my
mean
God,
in this
queen
position.
d2.
Yeah, I mean
Oh, yeah,
even in
it
this
is a
position,
threat.
if black doesn't play e5.
And he
All right,
does.
he plays it.
And you could play rook c1 here to force the queen exchange, because the very funny line is rook c1, ed, and then queen d2 actually does trap the queen.
Right.
Both
so,
sides
and that
down to a
end
minute.
game- yeah, gonna come down to some nerves here. That end game, what is it though? I'm not sure.
Well, I think at the end I can go knight b3.
But I go
I'm
d3
not too
probably.
impressed.
Yeah.
And then knight f4, and you're getting a lot of activity. And my king
Yeah.
actually could get really, really weak there.
Yeah, Andreikin,
Vladimir-
he's turned it around.
If Vladimir doesn't see anything else, though, and he's down to 45 seconds, yeah,
Yep.
he makes the practical call.
Yep.
Don't play ED. Everyone's holding their breaths.
Yes.
He's taking a while on this decision. Okay,
Okay.
plays queen d4. Maybe knight d3. Try to
Yeah,
restrict.
I thought
this.
about it. I thought about that, but I don't think I feel like black is the one now. If I trade rooks, no, maybe I'm wrong. Actually, you're taking rook b5. Okay.
Yeah, and then I always have f3 if I need it. Oh, but
maybe.
Uh-huh.
I want to try to go on the b file, but then you don't have to trade on the b file. Because if I have the b file, then I have access to the b, like rook b1, knight h4, I guess.
Right, exactly. Yes, and he does go rook a b8. So Fedoseev could trade on his own terms or not trade at all.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't trade.
Keeping black at bay for the moment.
Yeah, all three results are possible. I think a draw is probably the likeliest at this point.
Wait, what is the idea behind this? He wants rook c3 or what?
Could it be knight f4 that he's aiming for?
So what if I take on a5? Oh, he wants to play this. Okay. Just put the rook b. Like kind of.
Going for the
Yeah.
bailout. And he wants rook a2, of course.
Yes.
And what if he plays rook a2?
Probably just rook. Oh, rook d5 is, there's some risk. Yeah.
That's scary. Rook takes e2 and knight f4.
Mhm.
Jumping in there, and probably still a draw, but you don't want to play with fire.
Wait, how do you get out of the pin? And knight f4 is jumping in. Hold on. So rook d5, rook c8.
Wins the knight.
King
Oh my
e1, knight
God.
f4 is lights out. What is? Wait, knight f4 has to be
Oh my
lights
god,
out. Right?
he's letting black. Yeah, this is just crushing. Or is it? Rook
Kinda-
c5? Can you play d3?
But then e3. Wait, how
And
is he
then
holding?
d4?
Oh, that is nasty.
But then king d2.
Wait, and there's nothing there? No way.
Oh my god, there has to be something there. But he's got 20 seconds to find it.
Maybe takes a knight g2 if nothing else.
Oh, brilliant. And then you walk around and take all the pawns, but White's got that a pawn in the end.
No. But knight
Oh,
d3,
go
I'll
rook a2.
probably. Yeah, I go rook a2. Keep. Whoa, how is he getting away with this? What?
This is some black magic here. Knight e3, rook e1, and Dimitri
Oh
just
wait, but
takes
this
the
is
pawn.
no. This is he's just mopping up now.
And rook takes g4, rook g1, knight takes c3 is critical.
Yeah, rook e3, rook d8. Yeah.
But he's got 10 seconds. This is not over yet. He decides to play knight. Why? h3.
H3. Wait, did he forget
Wait,
about?
why didn't he
H3?
take the pawn? I think he's just going for activity here, but this is very risky.
No
King
idea.
E2.
There was no need for that. And now maybe is he out of the
Uh-oh.
woods or not quite?
But why did he go to e1? I think he should have gone to e2.
Well, still. Oh, because you can't stop the rooks from doubling on the second rank.
Two, and there's chances there, but this is over.
No, this should be mate. Rook h2. Yeah.
Rook g2, rook h2, and then mate. Rook h2.
Wait, this is similar to how Dima won his first game.
Yeah, it really is. against Raunak. In fact, it's literally the same final move. It was rook h7 in that game, and it's rook h2 in this one. And Dmitry Andreikin, you can see the relief there. He is just a magician. Unbelievable how he pulled that one out. I mean,
yeah.
What was the turning point? Was it when Fedoseev didn't play 96?
Yeah, it was. Or, I mean, he also had rook b6 there, which was interesting. But yeah, 96 was a very powerful shot. And after rook b7, it seemed, okay, e5 was a big find.
Yeah, that turned things around. And this endgame was completely unclear just because of the knight's prospects. But once again, just to show everybody, 96 here was a golden opportunity, and black would have been in pretty serious trouble here, it appears. Wowza.
Yeah.
Wowza. Okay, well, Andreikin wins, and it's time for the next game, which is going to be Noterbek Abdusatorov against Jules Moussard. Buckle your seatbelts for that one. Two young and enterprising players. That's going to be an exciting game for sure.
Yeah, certainly not what we expected to get when seeing the bracket.
No, not at all. But Noterbek has scored so many upsets in the RCC thus far, and the winner will face Dmitry Andreikin in the finals of today's Sunday knockout.
And I think you could argue, outside of Hikaru, Andreikin's been the man to beat. He's just racking up points.
He's been huge, and the consistency has really been reminiscent of Hikaru. It's like week in and week out. He almost always qualifies. And it's interesting because he's flown a little bit under the radar in terms of over-the-board chess, right? He doesn't play in as many of the super tournaments as other players, and yet he's well over 2,700. You know, why does that happen? It's kind of interesting.
I'm not sure. That is something to wonder about.
You know what I mean, right? Like you can't really name any tournaments that he's played in, and yet he's an absolute beast in these RCC events.
Yeah, he did. We did get to see him in the Grand Prix. Had a few. I recall a great win against Grischuk with black. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Before that, I don't recall.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it just shows you how many absolute monsters there are these days and how few spots they're fighting for. Okay, now we see Jules Moussard putting on his headphones and getting ready, and Noterbek nodding his head along. Both players seem confident. And this is the second semifinal game.
And wait, who gets white in this matchup?
I think it's Noterbek.
Wait a second. Are you sure though? Because didn't Jules was the 4th seed, right?
And Noterbek was the 7th seed.
Oh wait, no. So Jules should
yeah, Jules will be white. I'm sorry about that. Jules will be white. Yeah, Jules was white against Hikaru. I didn't even remember that in that Italian game. And he's going to have to slightly improve his opening play because I don't think he's going to pull that off twice.
Right, yeah. Well, probably, I think Noterbek will stick to his Sicilian, although you never know. We'll see. He plays a few different systems.
Right, but you mentioned that he's mostly an E4 player, so we can probably expect that again.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, well, the players are ready. We should start any second now. All right. Yeah, E4 and then what is Noterbek mostly? I think he's played the accelerated dragon even.
Yeah, that's the one that I believe that's the one that he's played most often.
Oh, okay. The game is on. Let me follow the players. Should be up any second. Okay, there we go. And we have a Petrov actually. We have a Petrov.
Oh wow, and
D3
Jules?
G3.
I've never seen that.
Wow, I've never seen that either. And that's saying a lot because I've seen so many different Petrov systems.
Yeah, and I don't like from the looks of it, it doesn't make sense because that bishop is gonna get, I mean, it's staring right into nothing with the pawn on d5.
I'm vehemently unimpressed with this. Like just queen e7. What are you thinking, or do you think black should try to keep the queens?
I mean, both were completely playable, and I don't know. Maybe Jules, wants to make a quick draw. Blitz seems like that's his, prime place.
But I guess if you want to make a quick draw, the traditional queen e2 d3 line has always struck me as being a relatively risk-free option.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what he has in store. Does he want to play at some point c4 to open it? But I don't really.
Interesting idea.
I don't find that like such a dangerous idea or something.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, that's not why the Roman Empire collapsed. But I think it's interesting. And I think knight c3, c6 is often something you want to avoid in these types of positions. Because the knight gets so restricted.
That's true.
So Moussard is thinking.
I think he will. Okay, maybe he wants to go bishop g5.
I'm thinking that too. And then if h6.
Oh, wait.
One bishop e6.
Yeah, you can't even double the pawns.
Huh. Okay, what about this? h6, then knight take and go c4. Your idea, but a slightly amended version of it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Try and lure the king out into some sort of danger. Okay, Nuremberg allows the double pawns. That's interesting.
Very committal decision, but he's going to get the two bishops, and he's going to ensure the safety of his king in return. Okay.
Yeah, it's not a huge deal to play with these doubled F pawns. I'm not sure. Maybe does he take in c4? I want to try and get some sort of squares and diagonals for my pieces.
Yeah, you could also try to go knight bd2 to prepare c4, but the thing is, after c4, you might still want to put the knight on c3. Okay, so he does just go knight c3 straight away.
And after c6, how does he want to?
I'm not predicting any one of his moves. Like, I'm just not able to understand his concepts here.
Yeah, like, okay, the general idea is you want to play for this f5 square, but it's going to take a while to get your pieces correctly oriented.
On the other hand, though, what is black's plan? Like, let's say bishop e6, I'll start going h4 and king h2. Okay, Noterbeck trades.
Yeah, this looks pretty reasonable. Just knight a6.
Riveting game.
Knight
a6.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I think this plan that with h4, king h2, bishop h3 might be something he wants to consider.
Yeah, because if you can get the f5 square, then you start talking about some sort of an edge, especially if you can get the knight there. But Noterbeck is just calmly developing his pieces. Does he want to take an f3?
I don't know. I mean, of course it's very solid, like just take in rook e8, say opposite bishops next game, but maybe also h3, bishop h5, but that I don't really like because you don't control f5 anymore.
Yeah, and the bishop is kind of excommunicated from the center of battle. Now, as they enter this endgame, they're probably gonna keep this structure for a while. So I think it's a pretty good time for us to listen to the quick interview of Jules Moussard upon beating Hikaru Nakamura. We'll keep the live board on for your convenience, but let's listen in to Jules.
Congratulations, félicitations! What a victory! How do you feel right now?
I feel great. I have no words because I didn't believe in my chances after the opening in the first game. I thought I was dead, but he got careless, I think, and then I saved it. The endgame was still not easy, but because my knight was kind of trapped. But okay, I managed.
Yeah. So after that incredible save in the first game, how did you feel about your chances going into a Blitz game against the best player on the website?
But to be honest, I was very happy because I was pretty sure that he would feel a bit disappointed after the miss in the rapid game, and the momentum was with me clearly. So I was playing for a win even with black because I wanted to avoid the bullet at all costs. And I played some tricky moves
and I'm not sure it was all correct, but yeah, it worked out.
So how much of a factor do you think tilt and the psychological advantage is in this kind of tournament?
It's very big, especially when you played one game after the other. You don't even have a break. It's like 30 seconds. So it was really good for me to start again very fast.
Nice. All right. Well, congratulations again. And we'll bring it back to Jeffrey and Danya in the booth for the Rapid Chess Championship.
Thank you.
And I love this new twist. It's great to hear, the immediate reactions, especially after beating Hikaru Nakamura. Jeffrey, your take on that interview. I pretty much agreed with everything Jules said.
Yeah, as did I. I think one thing I guess I will point out is a lot of the players, they are paying attention to the psychological kind of trend, how things are going. And Jules correctly said that maybe Hikaru felt a bit on tilt already going into the Blitz after spoiling the completely winning position. So it definitely worked in his favor.
Definitely, and that dictated the fact that he played for a win. And it paid off, and in the meantime, they've traded all of the rooks, and it seems to me that Jules has gotten everything that he could have possibly asked for here. He's basically got a risk-free advantage, and here comes the knight.
Yeah, absolutely. As we were highlighting earlier, this f5 square is basically kind of the key to the whole position, and it seems that white is going to win that battle.
And potentially you could also have some sort of c4 ideas later down the line. Noterbeck withdraws his bishop from g4. And is the other knight going to stay on b3? I suppose it isn't, but where is it going to go?
Yeah, right now I'm looking for some active ideas for black, trying to see the c5 make sense here.
So let's say c5.
The thing is, though, I do weaken d5. Like you just play c3. And maybe it doesn't. Yeah, I don't really see why I weakened d5.
And I mean, clearly white doesn't have anything immediate. This is going to be a very slow roll and a long grind. But black also doesn't have any clear ways of eradicating, the inherent weaknesses in his position. And here comes the bishop g2 to f1 to d3, and white continues to clamp down on the f5 square. Okay, black tries to play f5.
Yeah, this makes sense by both players. f5, f4. And now the question is, black at some point is going to probably start to wait, and how will white rearrange his pieces?
Well, there is the concept of getting the knight to h4 and the bishop to d3. Black could do the same and get the knight around to g7.
Yeah, exactly. So once we'll see knight f3 and bishop d3, I assume.
Right, and then you're more or less at a standoff.
Again, black has the option of going c5, c4 to try and cut off that diagonal. But maybe it makes sense because you want to also go b5, a5, b4.
Although, what I would say is if you go c5 and then c4, then I would transition to attacking the pawn, because at the right moment I could drop my bishop back to g2.
Right, yeah, could turn out to be a race. I'm trying to see if maybe I'm fast. Like if b5, a5, b4 is fast, I might be in time.
It is really, really fast, and he plays it. And you're right on the money, a5 and b4, and it gets incredibly sharp here, and this is happening. c5, c3 played. But Jules just seems so confident here, the way that he's handling this endgame.
Yes, he's definitely been outplaying move by move so far. But yeah, this is a tough moment for Noterbit because he has to decide, is this a fortress? Should I just sit tight or should I go with this plan?
And he does go with it. And other than b5, there's just not much else to do. So without wasting any further time, he goes for the queenside expansion.
You made a very good point that there was actually no way for black to hold it anymore because you had to worry about both bishop g2 and bishop h3.
Right. Just to show this real fast on the analysis board, knight g7, bishop g2, and you're overextended because now d5 cannot.
Oh, wait. Did he blunder it in the game?
Defended. Oh, he blundered it. He did go knight e8. Oh, my God. He went b5. And then all of a sudden he abandoned that plan and went knight e8. He thought he was in time.
Yeah, I had another thing in mind, which was knight a8 too. But yeah, this is just going to be just a pawn down.
And so he went for this thinking that he could still hold his pawns, forgetting about the d5 pawn. And now it's just almost winning for... I mean, it is just winning for white, I think. Is it too late for a5? Does that do anything at all anymore?
Bishop f5.
Whoa.
Okay, but he gives up d5, which is even a bigger concession.
He's going head first into the, you know, the line that loses immediately.
Yeah, that was... I mean, you were pointing it out very early on. This, I guess it is kind of easy to miss, like bishop h3, bishop g2, and all of a sudden you can't protect d5, but...
Yeah, I mean, what sometimes happens is you're so focused on your main weakness that you forget that, you know, other pawns could be targeted as well. Now, what does white want to take on d5 with? That's one question Jules might be considering.
Yeah, I think both are very good.
Right.
Just don't take too long deciding.
I like knight takes d5. So, for example, especially after a5, because then the bishop could be used to target some of these queenside pawns. You could go a4.
I think, yeah, it would, everything would just fall.
Wow. Okay, bishop e7.
I don't know what that does, though.
Right, what does that do? Because the king is totally stuck. Okay, knight takes d5 indeed. I guess knight e6 and knight e8.
Yeah, he's going to put the knight on d6. At least hold it together for the moment. But...
yeah. Well, white's going to get the knight around through f3 and then to e5. Or... I suppose you could go like knight g2, knight e3, but that's
I like.
a little bit...
I kind of like this because I feel like you should try and keep an eye on that f5 pawn because it will restrict black a lot.
And you never know when you might need to add more pressure on it. I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, like he's going for it. Nice. Even you can put bishop on d7 and you're completely stuck to both pawns.
And then at some point a4 or getting your king up to f3. Which he does straight away.
And I guess
he's up 3 minutes.
Yeah, everything going his way right now. Is there? I'm wondering if you go g4, like looks weird undoubling the pawns, but also you gain space, like h3 g4. Probably. One idea.
And then eventually you're going to clamp down fully on the king side. I can totally get behind that idea.
Yeah, I think this will force king e6. Yeah.
Because there was the threat of knight d5. And now he goes back to g2. Oh, he's moving around through h3. Is that his idea?
Yeah, I mean, he can do that. But I don't think it really improves his position. But there's definitely no harm in shuffling around, seeing what works.
Well, there's a one-move trap after bishop h3. You're threatening knight takes f5 and king e4, but I don't know if you want to, try to convert the position with these kinds of tricks, because black can play king f6 there. Oh, but then there's knight d5.
Right. So I mean, he's gonna have to allow that and hope. Wait, he blunders another one.
Oh my god! I mean, Noterbeck is just not.
Yeah.
I mean, and now you definitely want to take, right? That's a totally winning endgame.
Should be. I mean, Jules wondering about it, but not for long. Yeah.
No, Noterbeck missed that too. I mean, he's just been off this game.
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, Jules maybe showing kind of the blueprint how to play Noterbeck. G3, but G2, get a boring endgame and play.
Yeah, bore him to death. Maneuver and then pounce on your opportunities. And now G4 or even probably GH is best.
Could be. Not. Yeah, I think I would lean more towards G4.
Yeah, I'd be almost worried about the bishop,
Yeah. That's the last thing you want to allow as white. So, G4 should be enough. Yeah, I would find it very hard to believe.
This is also fine. I didn't really see the point in allowing the trade, but this is also more than sufficient. Bishop a6 and a4. I mean, this is resignable. Okay, don't go bishop a6 now, but
Yeah, I would put the bishop on this diagonal, like bishop h5 and then king f5. Okay.
Literally
Bishop,
pushing
yeah.
any pawns in any order should win. And bishop h5 g4, bishop h5 d5, and the rest is extremely one-sided. Now the king walks over to the queen side, and that's all she wrote.
That bishop unfortunately cannot make its way around.
Yeah, if you could plan it on c1 right now, you know, we'd be having a very different kind of conversation. Darn, that almost felt one-sided, and we weren't too impressed with the idea, but I guess that's what Jules wanted. He wanted a dry endgame like this, you know, playing to what he thought were Noterbeck's weaknesses.
Yeah, and it worked, I mean, perfectly. I think it was basically around the time we were listening to his interview that it really started to kind of deteriorate for Noterbeck, because before that it was completely fine.
Right. And then, of course, you know, even at the very end, the a5 b4 idea would have yielded serious counterplay, but blundering the d5 pawn,
yeah,
you know, brought about his very early demise. And it's going to be Andreikin Moussard in the final. Yeah, Noterbeck is thinking, but there's not much left to think about here. Yeah. I mean, this is resignable, right? There's literally not a single chance here. And not much to say. Ooh. And this is just painful to watch.
Do you know what is the most amount of pawns you've been up in any game?
I think I had a game, but not for any other pieces, just flat, you know, straight up.
Yeah, let's say.
Straight up, probably, I don't remember anything crazy, 4 or 5. Now, I once drew an endgame, and there is no caveat or anything. I drew it on the board. I had a queen, and my opponent had a queen and 5 pawns. This is back when I was 1900. Literally. Queen and 5 against queen. What happened was I had a stalemate trick to win one of the pawns. It was a pawn. He had F, G, and H, and then like A and C. And he blundered the G pawn to a queen takes G3 trick, and then I somehow found a perpetual. Anyways, Jules Moussard, what an absolute beast. This is his first RCC Sunday knockout, and he wins again and gets into the final where he will face Dmitry Andreikin. Jeffrey, that is going to be a really, really fun match.
Yeah, as I said at the start, I love seeing new faces, fresh players, and it's awesome to see that, you know, they implemented the new rule. Now all GMs can enter, and he's making the best out of that.
He really is. And we are going to let the players set up, and we will go on a very short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere, because we are in for a doozy of a final. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Back with the final in just a couple of moments.
I say I started playing chess when I was about 16, and chess.com was the way for me. I feel like chess.com really helped me with my game, just having from, the videos, the lessons, and everything that kind of goes into getting your chess game right. I would say one of the biggest lessons I learned from chess was to be intentional, right? To persevere, to make sure that every move and every step that I take is with a purpose and that I have a plan for, the moves that I'm gonna do. I feel like the biggest correlation between chess and football is having a plan. You need a game plan going into a football game, and it's the same for chess. So just being able to stick to that plan and to execute it to perfection.
The Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. You can earn crypto by learning about crypto at Coinbase.com. Explore DeFi and Web3 with your Coinbase wallet. Get exclusive rewards when you spend with your Coinbase Card and much, much more. Learn more at Coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. Check them out. Use the command sponsor or command Coinbase today and go to Coinbase.com to get that Bitcoin, baby.
Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. The finals of the Sunday knockout are upon us, and what an unlikely matchup as Jules Moussard has made his way, defeating Hikaru Nakamura and Norbek Abdusattorov to the finals, where he faces Dmitry Andreikin. And Jeffrey, no question that Dmitry is incredibly experienced in the RCC final.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely has already, I think he's won once or twice already. And yeah, he's got tons of experience on his belt. But Jules, I mean, he's definitely capable of splashing around, especially maybe he'll adapt, this new strategy, and being so that he's so strong in Blitz. So he will not be worried if it does come down to that.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big deal. And it's especially true because Jules has the white pieces yet again, and he's proven how dangerous he can be. And here we go. The match is underway, and a Sicilian, and this time we saw an Alapin earlier, but an open Sicilian, and the A6 variation, kind of like a semi-Taimanov here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Jules maybe plays, I think he plays a time out of himself, so it's slightly different, but he might have an idea of, how these positions generally go.
And he takes on C6, which leads to a very kind of structure that is specific to this line, where Black will play D5 and Bishop D6, and you also kind of get this out of a Tarrasch French sometimes.
Yeah,
this particular structure.
This is the most standard or old mainline approach against this. So they usually go Rook E1, I believe. And then after, say, Bishop E7, then E5 and Queen G4, and we get some sort of devil edge position.
And then Black, of course, has to be careful. Castles often walks into Bishop H6. And Moussard taking the first sort of serious think of the game. Of course, White has to constantly decide at which point to play E5. So he goes Queen E2. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it's okay. It's another way to try and attack, but I would say I prefer the other one with Rook E1 more, because here he's going to try to probably lift his Rook up to F3 later on.
So he's going directly for Andreikin's throat here, it appears.
Yeah, but I don't think.
Right.
I'm not sure if. Yeah, I trust Andreikin not to get mated here.
Yeah, he's known to be a little bit difficult to checkmate, and F4 is very committal from a sort of positional standpoint, because you're weakening this diagonal, and you're hemming in your own bishop. So this attack kind of better work out. And Andreikin is thinking about delaying castles. What kinds of moves might he be contemplating? Like, I don't know, rook b8 or something?
Yeah, rook b8 makes sense. The thing is, I was considering bishop b7, but that's probably too much because then e5 and f5, and suddenly you need that bishop covering on e6. So yeah, rook b8 is sensible. I have a feeling that you can also probably just castle and basically allow this big attack, but should be okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine. After rook f3, you can play f5 to close down the bishop, or even g6 is not the end of the world.
And my question is also, can't you go even knight c5? Because I don't think you can take on h7 there.
Oh, so you're saying castle, z5, let's say. Let's estimate knight d7, rook f3, yeah. And this is never effective because of f5.
Yeah.
And at best, it can be a draw, but I think in this case, the king just potentially zigzags its way out. And Andreikin follows suit, he castles.
So probably Jules is going to need to at least prepare first with, king h1, bishop d2, rook a1.
I can get behind what he's doing.
Yeah, but I would go knight d7 anyway as Dima.
So you're trying to get the knight to c5 and eliminate this bishop.
Yeah, and then coupled with a5, I could get pressure sooner or later.
Very interesting. And this time it's Andreikin who's not hurrying, trying to figure out the best arrangement for his position. And rather than putting a knight on c5, he puts a pawn there. So b3 is often the reaction to this move that you see.
Yeah, and I think it applies here as well, because bishop on that long diagonal is quite a strong piece.
On b2.
Right.
So after b3, okay, b3 is played. Dmitry might get his own bishop to the long diagonal, but I like the way the white's pieces are coordinated and all of them sort of aimed at the king side.
Yeah, there is one positional idea to be aware of here, which is to go, like, let's say bishop b7, bishop b2. Not saying right away, but at some point black can play like c4, bc, d4, so give up a pawn, but you double the c pawns and hope to kind of win it back later.
Yeah, so you're saying eventually something like this, forcing the knight back as well, and there might be
or
some
even
pressure on e4.
I mean, I was saying like d4 even, just and then try and win the c pawn later.
Right, d4 and knight e4, and then eventually go after these pawns. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right, so Dmitry taking his time. Now, bishop b7 to me would be sort of an automatic type of move, but obviously, there are other ways to develop here as well.
Yeah, and I'm also, could he be concerned about like bishop b7, e5, and f5?
Bishop b7, e5, knight has to move. You go f5, and storm clouds start to gather around black's king.
Yes. That could be scary because then I put bishop on f4. And also you might, I'm threatening like f6, or if you take on f5, then maybe I have e6. So yeah, that is something to worry about.
It certainly is. And now Andreikin down to 6 minutes, and he finally does play bishop b7. And now the question for Jules, does he develop his own bishop, or does he go for your idea, e5 and f5? Yeah, it's hard to say which of those options is more appealing.
I'm personally cheering more for e5, f5, just because I think we'll see a more exciting game develop.
We'll definitely see fireworks, especially if black plays like d4 in response.
Yes.
No, that's a terrible move because probably f6 is crushing. This is probably just checkmate.
Yeah, but it is very dangerous. I'm wondering, would you go to e8 with the knight, so at least like you try and take and go knight c7?
Oh, so knight e8, f5, ef. Yeah, bishop f5, for example, and then whoop, and then knight around to e6.
But it still feels scary there.
Yeah, definitely. White has sacks and all sorts of attacking ideas here. And Jules doesn't go e5. He goes bishop b2 to the boos, the widespread boos of the crowd. And maybe preparing your idea with like rook c8 makes some sense.
Yeah, so
Although I guess
you're
then
not
maybe white will go e5.
right. You have to keep an eye on a6 maybe. So I'm not sure how to do
Oh
it
yeah, that
exactly.
also hangs. I completely forgot about that.
Maybe queen c7 is okay. But
Yeah.
but still pay attention to white's white probably is going to try to open things up at some point. So d4 committal decision, but also has its merits.
Right. And now the question is, where does the knight move? Now, knight b1, knight d2 is something you often see in these types of positions, trying to exploit that square on c4.
Yeah, I like that. And as Dima, I would seriously consider chucking a pawn there with c4 because I don't want that knight to arrive.
Yeah, essentially filling the cavity with a pawn.
Yeah, although I don't know how do I play for compensation because then d4 will be loose. So yeah, I really like knight b1 for sure. That should be the move here.
Completely agree. And he goes knight d1. I like that a lot less. Just because the knight, okay, he's going around to f2, but what is the ultimate destination? And now there's f4.
Wait a second. Wait, what does he have? Did he really?
I think he just blundered a
Oh,
pawn.
man.
I think he just blundered that f4 pawn. And let's look at his reaction. Yep. You could see the head shake. He just didn't see that that was hanging.
Somehow I didn't see it at first either. But yeah, that is an important pawn that just drops off.
Well, because you think it's so well protected, you don't even realize that it could be undefended by anything. And now Andreikin is unquestionably better.
Queen e5 just stopping any e5. Okay, but still bishop c1.
Oh, bishop d6, he wants g3, and then potentially bishop f4.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Although,
actually,
maybe... Yeah, what were you going to say?
No, nothing in particular.
I mean, I think queen h5 there might be good. Because now, once you play g3, there's no e5. And then as long as
diagonal is weakened.
Yeah, as long as I don't allow e5, I mean, it should be. Goes right away, though.
I liked bishop d6. I thought he didn't have anything to lose from inducing g3.
Yeah, because now once e5 shows up, at least there is some sort of compensation that I can envision.
So there's no direct threat because g4 is illegal.
Bishop e2 might be.
Oh, bishop e2, g6, and then...
I don't know how comfortable you'd be there for like knight e4.
Right. Yeah, and a lot of weaknesses, and your king is flimsy.
Yeah, that was a slightly careless moment there.
Yeah, very surprised that... Ooh, f5.
Let's go f5, but after ef, this looks like full compensation, or maybe I'm even getting the pawn back.
Because e6 is going to be hanging. Right.
Yeah, he misplayed it quite a bit. So now I think you have to take as Jules, right?
Yeah, rook f6. And then there's no bishop g5 because of rook f2.
That's an important detail, but even if you don't win the pawn back right away, it's got to be clear compensation.
Yeah, you're as active as you've been for a while.
So like, wait, bishop c4, how would you deal with that?
Bishop c4. I can't go bishop d5. And if I go like rook a f8?
Yeah, rook a8, and then I should have something at the very least to equalize.
Yeah, maybe even something as cold-blooded as, I don't know, king g1.
Yeah, sure. Why not, actually?
I think Jules is unhappy that bishop g5 fails, but he's still fine.
Yeah, so I think either king... Okay, I would still start with bishop c4, just maybe black wants to go bishop d5 if he can, so bishop c4 cannot be bad, I don't think.
He goes bishop e4.
So if I play simple, like I take on e4, knight e4 takes and knight f6.
Takes, knight f6. And you're just saying I'm up a pawn, and where's your compensation gone?
I mean, I'm sure there is still compensation, but I don't feel like he needed to do that.
This was, I think Jules saw this bishop g5 trick and just assumed that he had made a mistake when he didn't. And now he's, according to the eval bar, in huge -3.
Oh wow,
Really,
that yeah, I was not.
I think I understand why though, because it's because of this e-pawn, which is just rumbling up the board. Like if you go knight g5, black goes e5, and I mean -4. And this is just a very, very bad endgame for Jules.
Yeah, because you're not going to be able to stop that e-pawn actually.
Yeah, and you can blockade, but this is just going to be
yeah. Once the monarch marches in, yeah.
Yep. No,
yeah,
this is huge trouble.
Bishop e4 was really, really a gift, and now, yeah, this looks pretty straightforward.
Takes king f7. I mean, now you're threatening bishop d6 and e5 potentially. No, this is essentially just lost. He goes g3, and I think Jules has sort of lost hope here. What about g5?
Yeah, I can do what you want.
Restrict fully.
So wait, bishop d6, bishop f4 is his last hope, I guess.
And if bishop f6, I guess bishop f6, bishop f4, I have e5.
Oh wait, yeah, in that maneuver you do because there's no rook f4 check. Yes,
exactly. And he, I think, understands just that. And if black can get the king to d5, it's essentially the game is over, because there's also this plan of pushing c4 and aiming for the c2 pawn.
Maybe white will try, like, after e5 to play c4 and pray that he can hold it together, but like
right
no way.
It's funny, Dmitry just has this effect on people. He's very deflating kind of player to play. You always feel like you've made a mistake, even if you haven't.
I can certainly, I can resonate with that. No, I can.
And here comes e5, and now it's just, you can basically close your eyes and do this. I mean,
yeah, I mean, white can kind of keep the blockade together, like, but not for long. And here, certainly not, because my rook is going to be on the f file. So,
well, Jules is trying to do whatever he can, but even g5.
But yeah, I don't think that does anything.
Nope. g5 just takes, and you know, this is nothing. Dmitry taking his time, making sure that he's not allowing any counterplay, especially after Jules' recovery against Hikaru Nakamura. Maybe he wants rook h4. Nah.
He wants, yes, he wants it, but okay, king f5. That's a nice little inclusion.
Well, rook e1, he still has to go back.
Yeah, but he just doesn't even want to allow the rook any sort of dreams.
Right, because now rook h7 can be nipped in the bud with king g6. God, so clinical by Dmitry. It's just a total boa constrictor. Yeah, Jules is not going to be happy, because I thought he got what he wanted out of the opening. Especially if he had gone like e5, f5 was a chance, and then maybe knight b1 instead of knight d1. And
yeah,
even
both.
Before he blundered, he was doing fine.
Yeah, just
now
kind of
f8.
An unfortunate sequence there, and now this is totally lights out. Rook h8, and it's resignable.
This is totally resignable. And you can see the disappointment on Jules's face. Just knight f2. That blunder really set the tone. Even though he had a chance even after that, you know, in his mind, I think he didn't really forgive himself for that blunder.
Yeah, I saw him shaking his head even afterwards, and I wouldn't have been shaking my head because after bishop c4, you know, that looks like compensation. But somehow he was just rattled, I think, after blundering f4, and just not really couldn't keep his thoughts together.
Now rook f8 or e4 check followed by e3. Really anything is possible.
Yeah.
And it's basically all she wrote. 2 minutes for Andreikin. That's plenty of time.
Yeah, he is
so
taking
patient.
Yeah, he's taking a sweet time here for sure.
To play a move like e4, yeah. Which, frankly, I don't know if I'd be able to resist the temptation to play it.
No, nor could
Almost
I.
instantly.
I mean, you just go e4, rook f8, and okay, king g6, followed by e3, and I don't know what white can do.
I don't get it. He's taking like a minute on this move. What's the...
Oh, I think he's probably thinking about c4 here and wondering if that's like, is that a more... Okay.
Oh, no, he's disconnected.
Uh-oh, wait. Are you
Wait,
serious?
I think he had the red bar. I think
Is he
he's
back or
now.
not? Okay.
He seems to be back, but he still hasn't moved.
Wait, is the frame, like, do you still see him in the frame?
No, he disappeared briefly. I think he definitely disconnected.
Uh-huh.
That probably means Jules will play until mate. In the hopes that it'll happen again.
All right, now he's back.
But he's still moving really slowly.
That is really scary, actually. If this would be a nightmare if his connection is spazzing out now.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, that means he has to play fast to keep some time on the clock in case it does happen. But he's still not moving. Oh my god!
Knowing Dima, I'm sure he's not thinking. So this is very scary moments.
Yes, he's down to 44 seconds, and now he's got one bar again.
Oh god!
One bar again.
Oh god! Oh god! Okay.
Oh my lands, and he plays Bishop E5. And I think his connection is back.
As Jules, you're just praying that this connection drops.
Right. Please disconnect for 20 more seconds. Right. Bishop A3. I mean, he's trying to pester Dimitri. Rook C8 and C4 looks pretty decent here. Down to 30 seconds.
I don't think he's thinking here. Like,
no, he's
blitz
lagging.
Rook C8. Oh
my god! And Jules offered a draw. Oh my goodness, this is, and Dimitri doesn't take it. I think Dimitri is just.
Yeah, he has to hope that his connection holds up, but he's taking 10 seconds to move. Okay, now
right.
he got
now
that
finally one. Moved fast.
But now there's another delay. Oh my god.
Oh my god, he's down to okay. No, he got some time back there. And
but
remember, he also has to win. Like he's got to actually make moves. E3. Look at the lag is horrendous.
Yeah. Man, this is unbelievable. You could not have
make it though.
Well, I'm really not sure. You could not have asked for a worse time for this to happen.
Nope. At the finals of the RCC, exactly when you have a minute.
Okay, that was a good sign that he got that move instantly. So
he's
all right now.
A couple of moves away from checkmate.
Rook F7 still hangs on, I guess. Okay, black can obviously
Bishop
go
F4,
E2.
I guess.
Oh, Bishop F4 is nice, yeah.
I think that basically
Rook
ends
G7 and just E2, yeah. Okay.
Rook H1 by Jules, and okay, again he played pretty quickly there, and E2 ends the game straight up.
It does.
E2 Rook
yes.
C2.
Oh wait, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Oh, King E1! Oh my god, I might lose. Oh my god, I blundered.
But thankfully, he doesn't stumble on. Rook H3.
Jules still trying.
Yeah, he should play until mate, like you said.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, okay,
but he doesn't.
Very
Okay,
gracious, yeah.
It is gracious, yeah.
Very gracious by Jules, but Dmitry Andreikin surviving an internet scare and winning in style. He wins yet another weekend of the RCC. What a beast Dmitry Andreikin is. That was really terrifying, Jeffrey, but at the end of the day, he absolutely earned today's victory. And Jules Moussard, what a performance for him as well.
Yeah, excellent performances by both. Huge congratulations. And I think for sure, Andreikin, it was not the cleanest. I mean, especially, the Rana game and also Fedoseev, he was in trouble. But at the end of the day, you got to get it done. And he did.
Yes, he did. And we will get the victor, Dmitry Andreikin, here for an interview. But first, we're going to go on a very short break to set him up. So don't go anywhere. We will hear from Dmitry Andreikin on the other side of the break. You're watching the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Back with an interview on the other side of this short break.
to fix with the draw when you have well, oh my goodness, it happened right here on national television. Did you see that? Oh my goodness, wonderful. I'm hurt. Oh man. Oh my goodness, bro. I'm like, I hate chess. Wait a second. Oh, he found, yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Welcome back to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, and we do have Grandmaster Dmitry Andreikin here for an interview. Dmitry, congratulations on another amazing performance. First, can you share your overall thoughts about your play today and about that very tense final match? It must have been very scary when you realized that you were losing connection with only a minute left. Oh, I think we might have lost Dmitry. Yeah. Dmitry, can you hear us? Yeah, I think we might just have to let Dmitry go. He's experiencing internet problems. So we're going to congratulate Dmitry Andreikin, and we're going to wish him the best in troubleshooting his problems. But Jeffrey, it's a good thing this, if this had occurred like 3 minutes earlier, we might have been talking to a different person. And it was very gracious of Jules to resign, as Dmitry himself admitted before we went live.
Yeah, just a really, really classy move there from Jules. I think, yeah, he even maybe disconnected right after the resignation. So, I mean, it was clear that probably he would have won on time had he continued. So just absolutely tremendous, just act of grace there from Jules.
And speaking of that final game, it is the subject of our Coinbase Rapid Recap, the final game between Jules Moussard with the white pieces and Dmitry Andreikin with the black pieces. It started in pretty conventional fashion. We had an E6 Sicilian and Jules trading on c6. And Jeffrey, we thought that Jules kind of got the type of position that he wanted to get out of the opening.
Yeah, I would think so. I feel like Jules, he's sort of kind of half positional, half attack, and this is the exact sort of position where you could go for an attack if you want, and you could also play positionally if you wanted. So I think he also got what he wanted just up until a certain moment.
Yeah, so for a while they were developing. Jules got his pawns to f4 and e4. Now c5 by Dmitry threatening c4, which Jules prevented. Now, one early moment that we thought was a step in the wrong direction is after Dmitry played d4, we thought that it might have been better for white to go to b1 and then reroute the knight into this very juicy square on c4. Instead, Jules goes knight d1, and Jeffrey, after queen c7, tragedy struck for the French Grandmaster.
Yeah, and let's not gloss over the fact that queen 7 is actually a very important prophylactic move. Because if not, then I see what Jules had in mind, like knight f2 and suddenly rook a1 and the position's flowing. But queen c7 stops that plan dead in its tracks. And then now, even if, let's say, Jules didn't blunder the pawn, it's not so easy. How do you get what you want?
Yeah, I mean, and I think that what Jules thought is that, okay, well, he's connecting the rooks, and so I can just continue with my plan. And after queen takes f4, Jules, grabbed his head with his hands and realized that he had blundered the most important pawn. Now, the funny thing is that the game is far from over, and it's just a pawn, and white's still well coordinated. And, bishop c1 was a nice move, trying to aim for f4. And we thought that Dmitry maybe offered the queen trade a little bit too early. It might have been a better idea to start with bishop d6 and induce g3. And Jeffrey, you called it pretty early after e5, which traps the knight on h5. It's still very much a game, and the decisive mistake only comes a little later.
Right, exactly. That queen h5 move, just a very slight inaccuracy from Andreikin. And e5 should have, Jules should have been right back in the game. But you mentioned something very key, I think, which is we looked at Jules' face. Even in this position, he was shaking his head. He didn't seem sure of himself. And I think it was clear that since blundering that f4 pawn, he just wasn't in the right frame of mind.
And what also irritated him is that bishop g5 in this position, which looks amazing, blunders to rook takes f2, and black gets 2 pieces for the rook and essentially wins the game. And so Jules, instead of bishop g5, ends up playing a very panicky move. Sorry about that. He plays the move bishop e4, which was very, very strange. I mean, he's down a pawn, and he just sort of fizzles everything out and trades all the pieces and plays into Dmitry's hands. And we thought king g1 or bishop c4 at the very least would have offered excellent compensation. And after bishop e4, Dmitry says, hey, thank you for all the trades. Goes back to f6. And at this point, black is basically already winning, right?
Yeah, I kind of trying to understand what Jules was, intending, which is, try and block the light squares somehow. But just the more you look at it, it's clear that even if you do block, that's just temporary. So
right.
Yeah, the rest of the game, the main obstacle was something other than the position.
Yeah, and so Dmitry, with exquisite technique, he goes e5, he gets his king up to f5, counterattacking the rook and forcing it back, and now it's only a matter of time before black pushes his pawn. But if we fast forward here a little bit, the connection problems started right around this moment where we were like, what is Dmitry thinking about? Just give that check. And turned out that his connection was down, and he was down to a minute on the clock. And at this point, Jules very graciously offered a draw. Dmitry had 20 seconds, and he managed to make the moves in time. It was close, but he made it happen. e3, he went in with king e4, bishop e4 threatening e2, and one more trap. Don't go e2 because of king e1, I fell for it. But Dmitry did not fall for it. And after bishop takes g5, one more very gracious move by Jules. He resigned, even though he could have played for the connection. And that gives Dmitry Andreikin the RCC crown. And that was your Coinbase rapid recap for today. Very impressive, Jeffrey. Very impressive run for Dmitry. The guy is so darn consistent.
He is. And yeah, as I was saying. I think outside of Hikaru, he was the guy. And now, if I'm not mistaken, we can maybe pull up the standings in a second, but he should be number 2 now, passing Fabiano, who had this enormous lead a few weeks ago. But that's long past now.
You're absolutely right. Dmitry Andreikin has gained 10 points for today's RCC win. And he indeed passes Fabiano Caruana in the Grand Prix leaderboard and claims second place, trailing, of course, Hikaru Nakamura, who lost shockingly in round 1 to Jules Moussard, but remains in the lead by a country mile. So the top beginning to heat up, and every weekend beginning to be more important than the last. And speaking of important matches, we have tomorrow's match between Nihal and Raunak, and tomorrow we also have Bibisara Asabayeva against Irene Sukandar. We have a double header in I Am Not a GM, followed by JSCC final. It all starts 4 a.m. Pacific, 7 a.m. Eastern. So mark your calendars, take the day home from work, call in sick, whatever you need, but you will not want to miss tomorrow's 2 matches. But for now, the time has come for us to wrap up. Jeffrey, I'll pass it on to you for your concluding thoughts on this fascinating day of chess.
All right, yeah, thank you. Definitely always a pleasure to watch this event, to watch it up close, commentating alongside you, even better. And it is another week in the books, just great, exciting action, phenomenal moves across the board. So can't wait for next week, and we'll see you.
Absolutely. Well, we hope you all enjoyed. We'd like to thank everybody in the chat, on Twitch and on YouTube. And of course, to our producer, Matt, and to you, Jeffrey, always an honor. For now, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of your Sunday from the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang bidding you goodbye and a great Sunday.